Yo, 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 yo. What's going on? I didn't do my intro today. I forgot. So let me know where you checking in from. Matter of fact, I could do it now. Hold on. I could do my intro now. Let me do my intro real. sir. Yes, sir. What's going on? What's going on? What is going on? Thursday night, and I am back. I'm back. You know where you checking in from? Let me know where you checking in from. I am not finna lie. I'm tired, man. I'm tired. Let me know where you checking in from. Hit that like button as you come in. We got Shannon in the building, North Carolina in the building, Detroit in the building. Courtney Lewis, thank you. Let me move this out the way real quick so I can see what. Thank you for all the gems, brother Mark. Can you explain how to read the rate negotiation? Courtney Lewis, appreciate you. I'm gonna do a Q&A towards the end. Rate negotiation for what? For Final Mile? Let me know if you're talking about Final Mile. Seattle in the building, Alabama in the building, Jersey in the building, New York in the building. All right, appreciate everybody for coming on out. It's Thursday night. You could be doing something else, but you here with me, so I appreciate you for checking things out. Interstate Screw in the building. Let's see, Courtney Lewis. Let me put that back up real quick. All right, Courtney, what are you talking about? You talking about Final Mile? Houston in the building, Captain Flu. What's JJ? What is that? JJ Hair. Where is that at? What is that? Javon, what's JJ Hair? All right, Houston in the building, New York in the building. All right, so tonight we're gonna be talking about finding contracts. Now, this is something that I've shown this before. I haven't done a live stream about it. I've shown it in videos, but I haven't focused a video or a live stream, just dedicated to finding Final Mile contracts. All right, so we're going to talk about it briefly. I'm going to show a good, easy tool to use. We'll go through some of them, and then I'll open it up for Q&A. I'm not going to be on here long tonight. Yes, with T-Force, we are in, but that is what is holding us back. So if you're in, what are you getting paid? First of all, you in with T-Force. What are you working on? Are you running a 26-footer? Are you doing Home Depot? Are you running a van? Are you doing Office Depot? Are you doing Grainger? Let me know what you're doing. Let me know the rates that you have already accepted, and then let me know what market you're in. Is the walk in the building? I haven't found absolutely nothing in Atlanta. What are you looking for? Are you looking for Final Mile? What are you looking for? Let me know what you're looking for. But check it out. I'm gonna show you a trip, because I know a lot of people that are subscribers now weren't subscribers during my earlier video days, the earlier part, earlier last year when I first started in April, throughout the summer. A lot of the subscribers that have subscribed maybe in the past 3 months or so probably didn't watch a lot of the videos that I put out over the summer, so you don't know how to go about finding, let's say, Final Mile contracts, companies, things of that nature. I've been doing, I really don't do a lot of coaching and consulting, contrary to what people may think. I don't do a lot of coaching and consultations like that, obviously, because there's not a lot of interest in Final Mile. That's the only thing I can really give a person, deep strategy in, because that's my expertise. Obviously, I know middle mile, and I can give you strategy on it. You know what I'm saying? But my expertise is Final Mile, and it has been an uptick in the past couple weeks of people that have. These aren't people that are wanting to get into the business. This is people that are already in the business, that are doing Amazon or that are running middle mile, that want to come over to the Final Mile side. They ready to bite that bullet, you know what I'm saying, and come on over to Final Mile, because the truth of the matter is there is consistency with Final Mile. You're talking about 5 to 7 day a week contracts. It's dedicated. The work is going to be there. You're local. It does require more work, but the more work you do, the more money you make. It's more money. So if you're not scared of hard work, you know what I'm saying, you willing to put in some hard work during a period of time and appropriate your money correctly and set a goal and a plan to transition into something that may be a lot less labor intensive later on, then that's what you got to do. That's what I was able to accomplish. You know what I'm saying? So you got to do what you got to do. So it is what it is. Let me see. She had 26-foot truck, Home Depot, $24 to stop. All right, 30. How many stops y'all doing a day? What market? You in Houston, Texas? Okay, so if you're doing 10 stops, that's $240. Is that a one-man or a two-man thing? It's definitely not a lot of money. So, yeah, they getting you. They getting you. First mistake you made, you should never accepted that, all right? 10 stops, that's $240, all right? You're not going to never make no money. $240. So, no, you definitely got to renegotiate. If you got to walk away, you got to walk away. This is not something you should have accepted initially. It's just not no money. You know what I'm saying? It's not no money. You need to be getting at least $750 minimum a route per day. All right. Especially in Houston, you're the fourth largest market in the country. Cost of living there is a little bit higher. It's the fourth largest market in the country. You know what I'm saying? So $24 a stop, that's equivalent to, a dedicated van route. I've ran van routes for like the Container Store where it was paying like $18 a stop on a one man, and you're just delivering sneaker boxes and shelves for closet build outs. So, to do Home Depot at $24 a stop, which I'm sure you probably have two men on it, it's just not enough money. How do you break that down? If you're on the truck, let's say, I don't think you're probably not on the truck. So if you got two guys on the truck and you're getting $24 a stop, like how do you break that down? You can't. You're operating at a loss every single stop. So yeah, you do need to renegotiate that. And if they're not willing to play ball, then you probably gonna have to walk away from that contract. It's just not enough money. I just got my DOT going into new entry audit. I'm running with a Sprinter van, cargo van, SUV. I'm stalling on my insurance because I don't got a contract yet. Okay, yeah, you're just not gonna go. You're not gonna go active until you get your insurance. But here's the thing: when you start applying with these companies, they're gonna want you to be active in order to start the onboarding process. So eventually, you're gonna have to get your insurance, and you're gonna have to, go active in order to start onboarding with somebody if you ultimately want to, get with a company. So it's just something you got to think about. I get what you don't want to start paying for it, but the nature of the business is, in order to go through the onboarding process, you got to already be active. So that's just something that you're gonna have to bite the bullet, you know what I mean, and go ahead and take care of. If you're looking to run Final Mile, man, like that turnaround time could be 2 weeks. You can pay for that first month, pay your deposit, pay your deposit, get that first month going. And if you're proactive, as soon as you go active, boom, you start applying, or even you start applying a few days prior, with Final Mile, they're gonna, you can get in there and get the onboarding process rolling. You could be running your first route in a matter of 2 to 3 weeks. All right. So, it's something you're going to have to do. You know what I'm saying? You're going to have to, get that insurance and get that authority up and going in order to go through the onboarding process. So it's just the nature of the business. Best insurance for Final Mile. I can only give you insurances that I've used. Grange is a good one. Mercury is a good one. Acuity is a good one. I've used National Fire and Liability for cargo only. Mercury is the reason I'm saying Mercury is going to be the best is because I had a lawsuit, and Mercury made sure I had a legal team for that lawsuit. By having insurance, when when this accident occurred and I got sued, my company got sued, it was Mercury's job to, cover my legal costs. And, they asked me, the rep called and like, Mark, this is what's going on, blah, 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 blah. Should we fight this thing? What do you want to do? Like, they asked me what did I want to do, and they supported me 100%. Whatever decision I made, they supported. I said, yeah, let's fight it. And they sent me in. They didn't send me in there with no rinky dink. They didn't send me in there with no one guy. When I showed up to my deposition, it was a team. It was a team. You would have thought I was OJ. And that made me feel like, man, so Mercury Insurance has probably been the best insurance that I ever had. And I can't say, and I'm basing that off, that situation, because they supported me. The rate is good too, but in a time of need, they were there for me. They didn't drop me, after the situation we won. But, that those legal costs, I'm pretty sure far outweigh, the sums of money that we were paying a month, because it lasted for a couple of years. But, they supported me, and they covered that, because I was paying my insurance. So I would say Mercury, what I mean? Mercury is the best insurance I've ever had for Final Mile. What is a good number to ask for per stop? This would be my first Final Mile. Oh, you haven't started yet? Have you started this contract yet, or no? This is what they put on the table for you. Is this what they put on the table for you? Because you don't want to know. If I if I tell you what to go in there with, they probably gonna look at you like you crazy. You know what I'm saying? If this your first rodeo, are you running this yet or nah? I don't want to. I gotta make sure you get set up for success. I don't want to send you in there like you've been doing this 10 years and you come with a number like. So that's yes, you started already, or yes, you haven't started already. My authority just went active Monday. I'm getting calls from dispatchers talking about they'll get me 5 to 6 a week for $275 flat per week. Are them cash line? I really can't say if they lying. It is a lot of finessing going on. $275 a week. All right, they're gonna get you six. They're gonna get you 6,000 rather, 5 to 6,000. 275. That's less than 10%. So I don't know. It could be true because it's bad right now. A lot of dispatchers, fly by night, new start dispatchers are probably, they just don't have the clientele. The clientele is falling off like bad dope, right? So they were probably willing to do whatever they got to do to keep some money coming in. So it's a possibility it could be true. You know what I'm saying? But then it's a possibility it could be a finesse because, like the standard is like 10%. So, I don't know. Me, I'm not a, I feel like, that's something you really could do yourself. And even at that 10% or that 275, you know what I'm saying? It's just something you could do yourself. Like I always preach on my channel, like, the margins in this industry are very small. So you got to do whatever you got to do to maximize your you got to do whatever you got to do to maximize your earning potential, right? So if it's something that you can do yourself, then I highly advise do it yourself, So I don't know, you know what I'm saying? It could be a finesse, right? Because that's lower than what the industry standard is. So you got people working on margins lower than their standard, right? But then again, it may not be a finesse because of what's going on in the industry. A lot of people are, those dispatchers are probably losing clientele because a lot of people are exiting the space because they can't afford to operate, right? So they're running sales. So I don't know, man. You're gonna have to go with your gut on that one. That one can go either way. Interstate Screw says These dispatches are all cap. I haven't had a good load come from a broker yet. I've been dispatching myself. So Interstate Screw says dispatch yourself, pretty much like I said. I think I answered back at his question, and I'm going to get into what I came to get into. I answered the best insurance for final mile. Courtney, you got to answer that question. Oh, you haven't accepted yet? I say, I'm going to be honest with you, you need to make at least 750. How many stops did they offer you a day? 10 to 12? How many stops did they say you're going to be making a day? You need to be at about 750 a day. And it's 2 men, right? It's 2 men, right? It doesn't say how many stops are guaranteed. How many guys you putting on the truck? Are they saying is it 2 men or is it 1 man? Is this curbside? Is it going in? Is it threshold curbside and white glove full service? If it's 1 man, you could probably drop that down to about 500 a day. All right. 2 man, you need to be at least 750 a day. All right. But you need to let me know if it's 1 man or 2 men, this contract, and if it's curbside only, or if it's, curbside, threshold, and white glove. All that matters. All right, because if they're paying you $24 and they haven't given you a tier, to go off on, because it could be $24 and you could be doing $24 for a threshold. You could be doing $24 for a white glove. You could be doing $24 for a curbside. So if they're going to put you on a tier, if they're going to give you a tier-based plan for delivery, then they got to give you a tier-based payment option as well. You shouldn't be getting $24 if it's like, if it's curbside, then we talking about a different ball game. Then no, you're probably not going to expect 750. You know what I'm saying? Because you're not entering the home, you're not setting nothing up. But if you're entering the home and you're setting stuff up, then yes, you need to get paid a lot more than $24 a stop. If it's curbside, then you may be able to negotiate maybe up to $33 a stop, but you may not be getting too much more than that. With T-Force. Now, there's some companies out there that'll give you $50 a stop for curbside. T-Force is kind of cheap. They're kind of cheap unless you got some leverage, and you got some skin in the game. It don't say. All right. Well, you need to talk to whoever the operations manager is that's onboarding you, and you need to get out all the parameters and then come back Sunday with these same questions, because I need to know if it's just curbside. If it's curbside, threshold, white glove, then you need to get paid on a tier-based payment plan. Obviously, you're going to get paid less for curbside. You're going to get paid a little bit more for threshold. Then you're going to get paid a lot more for, white glove with setup and assembly. White glove setup and assembly, you want to be about $85 and up a stop. Anything less than $85 a stop for a white glove, then, it's not something I would be willing to play ball with, you know what I'm saying? So you need to find out those things. So write that down or come back and screen record it and show them this live or whatever you need to do. You need to know if it's going to be just curbside or if it's going to be curbside, threshold, and white glove. You need to know how many stops this route is going to entail, and if this is 1 or 2 man route, because there is some 1 man routes for Home Depot but those routes are just curbside. So you need to ask those questions to know. $24 a stop sounds like curbside 1 man. I just don't see anybody, even if they're offering you final mile white glove for $24 a stop, that's an insult. That's an insult. I turned down XPO in Detroit, Michigan, because they offered $650 a day, 2 man white glove with 15 stops. Couldn't do it yet. So 15 stops at $650 is not enough money. 15 stops, you're looking more and upwards to $800 to $1,000, depending on your market. Not every market is going to be able to get top tier money. That's just something also too, guys. Like when you hear me shout out numbers and give examples, and I tell stories of money that I've made and numbers and things that I've been able to charge people, you got to understand I'm in a bigger market and a lot more skin in the game. All right. Sometimes you do got to take a little less. I'm not saying take less to the point where you're going to be operating at a loss. $24 a stop is just, it's just, even on a one-man curbside, it's just not enough money. You know, one-man curbside with you on the truck, not enough money. I'm not operating a 26-foot box truck with 10 to 15 stops for $24 a stop. All right, so 10 stops, $240. No, I'm not doing it. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, but you do have to understand that getting into this space, you're gonna have to do a little show improving. You're gonna make some money. You need to get an account and negotiate a rate where you're making some money. But in order to get that top tier money, you gotta show improve a little bit. 650, I think, is on the lower end. I say, you know, you shouldn't take nothing final mile for less than 750. But I understand there's going to be some markets where, you know, 600, 650 may just be what you need to take. You need to look at the cost of living out there. And if the cost of living is high, then you got to understand, you got to expect, like, look, they're not going to pay you 850 or 900 in this market like they would in a bigger market. They're just not going to do it. Detroit, Michigan, you should be getting like 750. All right, at least 750. So I think, you know, you should be able to negotiate maybe another $100 for the day, you know, in that market. I would try to get to 750. Yeah. So Tank's Garage, 800 to 1,000. Right. So that's what I said, you know, but I understand in some markets you're not going to get 800. You know, some markets you're going to have to settle for 750. I know JB Hunt Final Mile, they starting at like 600, 650. I know Select for Bob starts at like 600, 650. That's just not something that I would do. You know, I'm not finna lie to you. It's just something I wouldn't do. You know what I'm saying? 750 has got to be the minimum, especially for you new guys. You guys gotta probably want to start at 750. Thank you. I will email the onboard. Yeah, email them with those questions. Make sure you get, you know, you ask a lot of questions. You know, don't just accept anything. $24 ain't no money. It ain't no money. It ain't no money to do final mile. It's not money to do curbside final mile. I can tell you companies right now that's paying $50 for curbside final mile. A stop. One man, $50 a stop. So, you know, 24 ain't no money. I wouldn't take it. So, you know, don't be discouraged if they don't want to budge. Just keep moving. My authority just went active Monday. Did I answer this? Getting calls from dispatchers. Oh yeah, I answered that one. All right, let me get into what I came here to talk about. Thanks for doing this live and answering questions. That's love. Appreciate you. No problem. I'm looking for something like that in the Columbus, Ohio area. All right, let me get into this then real quick. All right, so let me share my screen real quick. My eye twitching. All right, let me move this out the way. And then let me move this joint out the way. All right. We got 62 people in here. All right, so look. A easy way to find final mile contracts is good old Indeed. Now, you're not going to be able to find everything on Indeed. All right, but you know, for a lot of you newcomers to the space, you can use Indeed. All right. Now, this is what you're going to do. All right. I'm going to leave this part open for right now, right? And what we're going to do is we're going to type in box truck, independent contractor. All right. And then you're going to hit search. All right. Now, this works for, let me put myself on the screen too. Hold on. Let me put myself on the screen real quick. Where that joint at? Where we at? Let me put my joint on the screen real quick. Where we at? All right, bet. So y'all can see me. All right, so once you put in box truck, independent contractor, you can put in cargo van too, but some cargo van spots will jump up when you put box truck. But we're going to start with box truck, all right? Box truck independent contractor. Now, I didn't put in a specific market. I'm just doing this so some of you guys that are getting into the space that are looking for companies, I'm going to give you some companies. I'm going to tell you a little bit about their history, some of the ones that I work with. Even if I didn't work with them in the past, that I know about them, and just from being in the space, knowing how they operate. If it's a company I think you should or shouldn't try with, I'll let you know. Waco, I've talked about Waco. You guys know that Waco has staples. All right, cargo van work. Now, right here, they're giving you an incentive right now, $1,000 sign-on bonus. This is for staples. All right, I believe this is in a local market downstate here in Illinois. All right, so Sprinter van, cargo vans. All right, so this is for staples. So you guys that have cargo vans, Sprinter vans that's looking for a dedicated run Monday through Friday, right, to deliver office supplies. It's mostly going to be paper. It's similar to the Office Depot contract. It's mostly just paper. This is the account for you if they have Waco in your market. All right, so that's what Waco is. All right, let's talk about JB Hunt. This is another one. This is a final mile white glove. JB Hunt has entered into the final mile space. Now, I'm gonna be honest with you, and they may not like this. All these companies watch my channel. All right, how do I know they watch my channel? Because they all email me for meetings. I do meetings with these companies every week, but you see, no one is advertised on my channel. They don't want to pay me. So that's why I don't talk about them like that no more, So they got to pay me now, But, JB Hunt, they might not like this, but they pay on the lower side, all right? I'm getting reports of $600 to $650 a week. Not something that me particular would go for. Why? Is because JB Hunt's claim to fame on the final mile side is Lowe's, all right? They have other contracts too, like Samsung, LG, other appliance and furniture contracts. When you're dealing with appliances, listen, don't take nothing less than $750, all right? Here's why you don't take nothing less than $750. Because it's a high risk factor, all right? Higher the risk, higher the reward. You got to keep that in your mind. Higher the risk, higher the reward. Why is it a high risk factor? Why is it a high risk factor? You're delivering appliances, right? As time goes on, appliances get expensive, more expensive. Why? Because they add more technology, right? You got refrigerators with, you can watch YouTube on. Those refrigerators are $4,200, $4,300. All right. You got washer and dryers, the LG Wash Tower, right? That's $3,000. It's a $3,000 wash tower. All right. You can't damage that, right? You damage, you scrape it. Guess what? Guess who's going to pay for it? I did a consultation yesterday with Mark. Doesn't the general liability insurance pay for it? Yeah. Okay, the general liability insurance will pay for it. But then guess what happens after they pay that claim? Guess what they're going to do? They're going to drop you. They're going to drop you. All right. Commercial insurance is different than the insurance you have for your personal car, or your renter's insurance for your home, or your homeowner's insurance. Commercial insurance is very, very, very fragile. It's very, very delicate, right? So a lot of the claims that you get, right, as a final mile owner operator, you really have to cover them yourself, right? The logistics company is going to take it out of your settlement, all right? It rolls downhill, and you're at the bottom of the hill. So, like my broker first told me, my first claim many, many years ago, I didn't think it was a big deal, right? Because we got insurance, we got general liability, we got cargo, we got commercial auto. Whoop-de-doo. I call him. Yeah, it's a claim. I forgot what it was. It was like $2,000 though. I think it was a floor or something. He said, well, Mark, you probably want to handle that one out your pocket. I said, why? I got insurance. He said, you want to save your insurance for the big stuff. All right. You want to save your insurance for the big stuff. All right. $2,000 is not big. $3,000 is not big. $4,000 is not big. $6,000 in this business is not big. These are claims that you're going to have to pay out of your pocket. All right. Because you're going to get dropped. And then it's going to be hard to get another company. All right. Especially if they drop you mid contract, in the middle of your term. You don't want that to happen. All right. You don't want it to happen, all right? You don't want to not get renewed either at the end of your term. That has happened to me before, all right? not getting renewed, that was the 1 year I had to go with Progressive. I had to go with Progressive 1 year because Grange didn't renew us. They didn't renew us at the end, right? It wasn't enough time for my broker to shop my company on the market to get with a new company. So the only company we could get with in a matter of a week, right, was Progressive. I had to go with Progressive for a year, 50 grand, all right? So when you're delivering appliance, it's high risk, right? It's high risk because you're dealing with an appliance. It's delicate. You don't want to scratch it or damage it. And then you're also going into people's homes, which causes for another form of liability. So the higher the risk, the higher the reward. You want to get paid exceptionally well when you're delivering these appliances because there's a high risk of claim on both ends for the equipment, right? The merchandise that you're delivering, rather, and to the person's home. And from what I'm hearing, I've never operated JB Hunt. You gotta understand, JB Hunt just got into the final mile space within the past few years. They don't pay very well. They start you at like 650. Not something I recommend. All right. Now, Cardinal Logistics, this is a company I had a meeting with. I did a Zoom meeting with them last week. I met the head guy of recruiting. His name, you guys can write this down too. I don't care, you know. So the guy's name for Cardinal, I'm gonna give you this information. Now they pay pretty good. They start at $750. All right. I don't know. Hold on. He sent me an email. I can tell you what markets they're hiring for in Cardinal. All right. The guy's name is John Navin, Navin. Right. They're hiring now. They got Mattress Firm. Now, mattresses is a great contract to have. Why is mattresses a great contract to have? Because you can't really FS up. You can't mess stuff up. All right, I don't want to curse, so I'm going to say can't mess stuff up, all right? Because it's a mattress. Like, you really got to be a retard to cause damage to a person's property delivering mattresses, all right? So mattresses is a safe bet. Next to IKEA, if you can land IKEA and you can land a good mattress contract, you're going to be getting paid just as equivalent as you would be delivering a 28 cubic foot French door refrigerator. And I'm being honest with you. So if you can land a mattress contract or a IKEA contract, those are the simplest, easiest contracts to do final mile delivery that you got to be a complete retard to get a claim. If you get a claim on a mattress, don't get mad at me. You're a retard because it's a mattress. You can't mess it up. It's a mattress. All right. So Cardinal has Mattress Firm. This is one of the accounts they have. He emailed me the markets. All right. So this is a 7-day-a-week contract. All right. They're hiring for Mattress Firm in Connecticut, right? East Windsor, Connecticut. Denver, Colorado. I know somebody was on here. I don't know if it was tonight or the other day from Denver that was looking for a contract. Denver, Colorado, they got Mattress Firm. It's a 7-day-a-week contract. Portland, Oregon. Seattle, Washington. Fort Myers, Florida. All right. They got Costco. All right. Costco isn't as hard as delivering appliances for like Lowe's or Home Depot, but they can have some bulky stuff, but it's not as bad. It's not as liability driven as like your Lowe's, your Home Depot, Best Buy. All right. Here's where they're hiring for final mile contractors and for Costco. Now, this is a 6-day-a-week contract. They're hiring Birmingham, Alabama, Pensacola, Florida, and Aurora, Colorado. All right, Wayfair. Now, this is a contract that I've had in the past. Wayfair's furniture. They have high-end, bulky furniture, but most of the stuff people order on Wayfair is cheap and light, all right? They're hiring for this in Lenexa, Kansas, and Kent, Washington. And that's a 6-day-a-week contract. Bob's Discount Furniture, Cardinal is also hiring for. It's a 5-day-a-week contract. Stoughton, Massachusetts, and Des Moines, Iowa. All right. Nebraska Furniture. It's a 7-day-a-week contract. They're hiring for that in Texas, the Colony, Texas. I never heard of that city. Home Depot, 6-day-a-week contract. Right now, they're only hiring for that in Columbia, South Carolina. All right. So about $750. Now, he confirmed that with me on Zoom with the senior vice president, I believe, was also on. It was John on that Zoom, and I believe the senior vice president, SVP. All right. So his name is John Nava. All right. And should I give his number out? Are y'all interested in some of this stuff I said for Cardinal? Because if not, I won't give his information out. But if somebody wants it, I'll give the information out. Let me know. Talked to JB Hunt yesterday. They switched to 1 year authority. All right, so JB Hunt is no longer hiring final amount unless you've been in the game 1 year. I'll give his email out. It's jnavin, so JNAVIN at cardlog.com. So JNAVIN at cardlog.com. All right, so that's for John Navin, and he is the senior manager of contract recruiting for Cardinal Logistics, which is this company that you see me got up here. You can just tell him Mark sent you. All right. About $190,000 a year right here in Des Moines, Iowa. I said Des Moines, so that is for. So this contract is for. This is for Bob's. Then, so this actual ad right here, you guys are seeing, is for Bob's Furniture. It pays about $190,000 a year. It's a 5-day-a-week contract. So you figure, let's just do the math on that real quick. Let's do the math on Bob's. That's a 5-day-a-week contract. So let's say 22 days a month times 12. That's 264. 190. It's like $719 a day, roughly. So let's say $750 a day. So he's right, about $750 a day. All right, so that's Cardinal Logistics. Never ran an account with Cardinal Logistics, but I do appreciate the fact that they took the time to reach out to me and set up a meeting with me based on me talking about them before. And when companies do that, you know, I can't do nothing but show them respect. Just even taking the time to email me and say, hey, Mark, you know, we like what you're doing. We just want to set up a Zoom with you and maybe we can do some business in the future. So the numbers that he threw out that they're paying in comparison to what they're advertising do match up, about $750 a day on a 5-day-a-week contract for Bob's Furniture. I think in a market like Des Moines, Iowa, and a market that's comparable to Des Moines, Iowa, I think that's okay. I think you can make money with that. All right, so let's move on. So I'm vouching for Cardinal Logistics right now. All right, based on what the conversations that I've had with them and based off what they're showing. All right, I vouch for them. All right, now companies like this, Victoria Logistics, this is where you fall victim. Like I never heard of this company. I don't think it's one of the big boys. I never heard of this company, so I don't know. So I'm not going to even recommend that company, Ralph's Transfer. I'm not going to rent. All right, UST Logistics. Let's talk about UST. Another company I met with. I did a Zoom call with them last week. They reached out to me from 2 different departments. Now, their claim to fame is Lowe's. All right, that's what they're heavy in. All right. I never worked with UST, but here is why I respect UST. Because during the pandemic, when things really got out of hand, they were one of the first companies that started initiating utilizing their relationships to source trucks for independent contractors, owner operators. They understood that a lot of owner operators weren't able to source vehicles. They have a commitment to the retailer, which is Lowe's, to handle delivery on a national scale. And in order for them to meet their commitment that they agreed to, right, with Lowe's, they had to do whatever they needed to do to get the freight off of the dock. All right. The whole thing for logistics companies every day is getting the freight off the dock. All right. So they utilize their relationships with Ryder, with Enterprise, with Penske, right? Because what you got to understand is logistics companies also have relationships with these rental truck companies, and they're going to always have a better relationship with these companies than you would or I would. No matter how long Mark has had a relationship with Enterprise and Penske, at the end of the day, Mark is only one person operating in one city. When it's a national logistics company that has a national account, they have a national relationship. It's a difference. All right. So they utilized their relationship with a couple of these rental truck companies, and they were able to source vehicles and bring them in and implement a zero cost truck rental fee through them. As long as you had your credentials, right, your authority, you could onboard and utilize their truck at no charge. And now they did pay you a little bit less, right, for the services that you provided, but ultimately you were in the ball game because you had a truck. All right, so this is why I respect them. All right, so the contract is Lowe's. They do pay well. All right, another company that I'm gonna G for, because they did take the initiative and say, hey, Mark, we like what you're doing. Can we set up a Zoom meeting with you? We just want to talk to you. We want to ask you some questions about how we can do things better and what's your thought to, blah, blah, blah. They value what I'm doing here on YouTube and the channel. And they just wanted to pick my brain to see how they could make, things better for their company and blah, blah, blah. And I appreciate that. So them taking the time out to do that, plus what I see what they're doing, plus I see that, they're willing to do whatever it needs to get done to satisfy their client. And plus the money, what they're offering is good. I say UST is a good company to G for. Now, Lowe's is, it's an animal. Lowe's, Home Depot, Best Buy, those contracts are very, very, very high risk. You're gonna hear me reiterate that over and over and over again. When I coach people that are interested in getting into the final mile, it's like me saying the same thing over and over and over again. And the reason why I do that is because I don't think people know how high liability driven this industry is. And I want you to know this going into it. I want to kind of scare you to the point where you always keep it in your mind, so that even if you're not on the truck, you're constantly reiterating this to, your employees. Listen, one claim will destroy you. One claim can destroy you in this business. It's a reason why you can make $250,000 off one truck in final mile, right? The higher the risk, right? The higher the reward, right? But, you have to understand, if you got 10 stops, right? And you got 20 pieces on your truck, right? Because not every stop may just have one piece. Some stops may have a stove. One stop may have a stove, a refrigerator, and a washer and dryer. So you may have 10 stops. Let's say you got 20 pieces, right? Each one of those pieces is a liability from the moment you put it on your truck. All right. And then you got to make 10 stops. Each stop you make is a liability. You have to worry about walls. You got to worry about stairs. You got to worry about floors. All right. Then you have to worry about the hookup. Is the person that you got out there installing this stuff correctly? All right. Did they hook up the water line correctly? All right. Because there's situations where a water line don't get hooked up correctly. A person turn on their wash machine. Now their floor is just flooded with water. A whole load of water now on their floor. So guess what? They're going to file a claim, right? You carrying a refrigerator. Well, you might not be able to come through the back door. You might have to go through the front door and go through a person's living room and dining room to the kitchen, right? But guess what? They may have like some dark cherry hardwood floors, right? You scratch that floor, I'm telling you what's going to happen. They're going to file a claim, right? They're going to say, we want to go with the company we want to go with, right? Mark's Hardwood Flooring comes out, all right? Mark's Hardwood Flooring is going to say, yeah, that little scratch right there, you know what? We can fix it, but in order for it to look right, because see, what's going to happen is that little scratch right there, once we sand it and what do they call the stuff, the shellac, and stain it, right? After they stain it, and then they gotta put the clear coat on there. What's gonna happen is that little spot is gonna look newer than the rest of the floor. So in order for it to look right, we gotta do the whole floor. That's what they're going to say. And guess what? The customer going to G for it, because guess what? The customer is going to say, well, my floor wasn't like that before you guys attempted to make the attempt to deliver the refrigerator. And these guys are telling me it's not going to look right. So they're saying the whole floor has got to get done. And this is dark mahogany wood. And they're saying it's going to be 10 grand. Now you got a 10 grand claim. Now you got a 10 grand claim. So an $85 stop that would have paid you $85, that one stop now is costing you 10 grand. All right. So these are things that you have to worry about when you're doing this business, or $100 stop, whatever, I'm just making numbers up. All right. For the sake of the live. All right. So these are things that you have to worry about. And this is why you're going to constantly hear me reiterate about claims and about being careful and how serious these deliveries are, especially when you're dealing with Lowe's, Best Buy, and Lowe's, Best Buy, and Home Depot. Even if you're running with RXO, right? XPO, RXO, whatever, or even with like JB Hunt or some of these companies that are dealing straight through the manufacturer, like Samsung.com or LG.com. Some people just go to Samsung.com and just buy their refrigerator just straight off Samsung.com, right? And then they got like RXO doing the fulfillment of that. And it's getting delivered out. Like people that do that type of stuff, they're not ordering 20 cubic foot top and bottom $700-800 refrigerators. They're ordering $4,000 or $5,000 refrigerators. All right, these refrigerators are heavy. They're about 28 cubic feet, right? They're French doors. They're side by side. They got all type of bells and whistles. This LG refrigerator got a whole computer on top of the thing. In order for you to disconnect the water line comes all the way down to the bottom. You got to tilt the refrigerator back. Somebody got to get up under there, disconnect the water. It's all types of stuff that you got to do. All right. And you have to make sure that you got the right people that are doing this. You can't hire people that are just strong. You got to hire somebody that's smart too, right? All right. Because you don't want to damage this $4,200 refrigerator, because guess what? Once the customer is looking at you the whole way, as soon as you do something goofy, they feel like, wait a minute, you just nicked it. Oh man, send it back. I'm refusing it. Guess what? When you take it back and they tell the retailer that the customer refused it because of a nick, LG or Samsung.com, whoever, they just going to charge it back to the logistics company. Logistics company ain't going to take the hit. They're going to charge it back to you. And guess what? They holding your money, right? Because they pay you. They're going to take it out your settlement, whether they take the whole thing out or whether they say, you know what, you owe us $4,200. How you want us to break it up? You want us to just take $600 every week until it's paid off, or $750 a week? How you want to do it? And then that's what they're going to do. So, remember what I'm telling you. Lowe's, Home Depot, Best Buy, or any manufacturer direct, Samsung.com, LG.com, Whirlpool.com, Frigidaire, any one of those contracts, a lot of liability. So you have to make sure you're extremely careful. You got to make sure you got the right equipment. And if you're not on the truck, you got to make sure you're hiring the right guys to do the work. All right. So UST, I'm GM for them. I'm vouching for them. Right as of right now. All right. They're okay with me. All right. Top Hat. Top Hat is a company that started here. All right. Started here in the Chicagoland area. Now they're all over the country. Their claim to fame has always been mattresses. They've always had the best mattress contracts. All right. So if Top Hat is in your market, you might want to try to get with them for a mattress contract. Like I said, again, I'll just reiterate it again. A lot of people that are getting into the space now that haven't done this type of work before, you kind of don't want to jump out the window with something like Lowe's or something like Home Depot. And I'm not trying to discourage you. I'm just being honest with you. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot of liability when you're doing final mile, and appliances are a little bit more on the advanced side. All right. If you can acquire a mattress delivery contract, I think that's probably the best final mile contract to start with, right? Because like I said before, don't get offended. You got to be a complete idiot or a retard to mess up a mattress delivery. You're delivering a mattress and a box spring. Mattress you can bump up against the wall. You're not going to cause damage, all right? You can't scratch a floor with a mattress. So if you do something where you cause damage with a mattress, you have to be a retard. So this is why I'm saying, like, starting off with mattresses, it's something that's easy to start with. It's going to train you, even though you're not dealing with like a refrigerator, but still it's gonna condition you, right? If you're the person on the truck doing it, it's gonna condition your body, right? It's gonna get you accustomed to going in and out of different homes, all right? So as you're going in and out of these different homes, you're looking at stair configurations. You're looking at how a bungalow house is set up different from a ranch house or Georgian house. You're gonna learn the different types of houses and how their staircases are set up versus a bungalow basement versus a ranch house not having a basement versus a bi-level home versus a 2-story apartment building versus a courtyard building versus a 3-story building. Like you're learning all this because you're entering in different homes, even though you don't have to deal with a lot of obstacles with the maneuvering because it's a mattress. Visually, you're seeing the differences in different settings of homes and apartments, so that one day if you do decide to take on something a little bit more advanced like appliances, right, you've already entered into a lot of different spaces, so you have a visual, something in your memory from a visual standpoint of how these houses are set up, right? Versus just starting into this business and then boom, the first day out, you got this $5,000 28 cubic foot French door refrigerator, and you got to take it up to a second floor walk up or a third floor walk up, or it may not be a ranch home. A ranch home is pretty easy. Maybe a bungalow, right? Maybe a Georgian. Maybe something a little bit difficult where, well, you know what? I gotta go through some obstacles. Or it could be a courtyard apartment building where you gotta go through a courtyard, then you gotta get buzzed in one door, and then you gotta hurry up and catch the second door to get buzzed in. Then you start ascending the stairs to go up to the first floor because it's an elevator first, or go to the second, or go to the third. And then guess what? When you get to the apartment, you got a door there. And guess what? With a 28 cubic foot refrigerator, a standard door is what, 30 inches. All right, see, these are things you got to know when you're doing this type of work. Standard door, 30 inches. You got a 28 cubic foot refrigerator, but you got to remember, it's 28 cubic feet. Boom, you measure it's 28 feet, but with the door, you got another 2 inches. And if the door has a handle, that's another inch. So guess what's got to come off? All 3 doors got to come off, and you got to take the doors off the refrigerator. You got to know these things, right? So now you got to take all 3 doors off, and you got to take the doors off to the refrigerator. All right, so, and guess what? This refrigerator ain't going in wrapped. It's going in bare. Because if you ever seen a refrigerator come straight from the manufacturer when you pick it up at the terminal, right, at the warehouse, it's got a thin piece of styrofoam on each side, right? At the top, it has a banded, thick piece of styrofoam banded, and then it's setting in like a carton, right, with a thick piece of styrofoam in the carton, a carton wrapped around it, and then it's like this big, thick plastic. That's got to come off. See, it's not going in no doorway with all that stuff. All that's coming off. It's going in the door. It's going in the crib butt naked with no type of protection. Because you can't take it through with protection because it's just not enough room. That's why when you ever see refrigerators get delivered, they're bringing it in with no blankets, none of that. You don't have room for that. You don't have room. You got a very, 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 very small piece of space to get that thing through there. All right. So, if you can start with a mattress, then I think that would be a good starting point. So Top Hat is a good company to apply with. Top Hat has a contract in your area. I'm not looking at areas. I'm just going through different companies because I get asked this a lot. So basically, this is just a live where I'm just profiling different companies, letting you know what contracts they deal with, and you can go do the research in your market on your own. All right. USPAC, USP, they go by many names. USPAC, USP, so on, so forth. All right. This company I've never dealt with, all right, but they have a lot of options for a person who wants to do final mile, from your car all the way up to 26-foot box truck. All right. From auto parts to furniture to you name it, they do it. Be honest with you, as far as the pay is concerned, haven't heard anything too good about the pay. All right. I've never ran this contract, before, but people who have applied with this company that have, gotten back and reviewed it, to me, the pay hasn't, it's just not there. And this is just off me, people that have done it that are telling me. I'm not speaking from a knowledge point where I've had this contract. So I haven't heard anything good about the pay, but they do have a lot of options for work, as far as starting from a car level all the way up to a 26-foot box truck. All right. SEVA, they have contracts, all right, on a larger scale contracts. This is one of the larger scale final mile companies. Now, it's one of those companies that acquired a lot of the smaller independent contracts. I've never had this contract. I've never met with these people before, but they're offering up to $3,000 a week. $3,000 a week is good for a final mile contract, depending on what you're doing, right? Because there are some final mile contracts that pay $5,000 to $7,000. All right, so obviously, the ones that are paying $5,000 to $7,000, what we're talking about. You're talking about appliances, right? $3,000 for appliance dependent. If it's a 5-day contract, then I would G for it. I say go for it. I don't know. I do know some of the contracts that they run, but I'm not too knowledgeable on SEVA. Right here it says they do bulky items such as TVs, patio sets, and box furniture delivery Monday through Friday. So this is a Monday through Friday contract. So if they're offering $3,000, right, for a Monday through Friday contract, I say it's good. Especially if it's patio furniture, that ain't nothing. TVs, that ain't nothing. So if they give you a mixed route of patio furniture, TVs, and box furniture at about $750 a day, I say it's a good contract. You know what I'm saying? So as long as this is what they're giving you and there's no appliances, I say go for it. What else? Let me see any other companies. Somebody said T-Force earlier in the chat. T-Force I ran. IKEA with, Office Depot, Grainger. I have no issues with T-Force. So T-Force is a company I was running back when it was Dynamics, before they changed the name to T-Force. T-Force is one of those companies where, you can negotiate. You can push leverage on them. If you got leverage, you can lean on them for more money. All right. In my market, I can't speak for all markets. You're gonna have different branch managers in every market. The branch managers that I've had to deal with in this market, they just weren't good branch managers. You know what I'm saying? They did whatever they had to do to keep their job. But they've always shown flexibility in my market at the branch here. I can't speak for every branch, but they've always shown flexibility to me as far as pay. I've always been able to demand and pretty much name my price. Now, not everybody is going to be able to do that. Times have changed. And if you don't have leverage, and what I mean by leverage is a fleet of trucks, some type of leverage where, we need him or they need you. They need you more than you need them. And they're going to do whatever they need to do to keep you, to get that freight and keep that freight off the dock, because you're bailing them out. If you ever get into a situation where you're bailing out the logistics company time after time again, then you got leverage and you need to move on that leverage that you got. So this is one of the companies that I was able to move on based off my leverage. A company that you won't be able to do that with is XPO, RXO. I don't give a goddamn what you got going on. They not going. So it's certain companies that you can lean on, and there's certain companies that you can't. T-Force has been a company that I've been able to lean on in the past. XPO is a company that I don't care who you are, they're not budging. If they tell you $33 a stop, then god damn it, it's $33 a stop. They don't care. They don't care if the freight sit on the dock and they don't move. They're just a company that they have so much leverage, right? That they don't have to bow down to you. All right. The retailers pretty much need them. All right. Because they're up there. They're top three. They're top three. All right. So you got to know who you can play ball with and who you can't play ball with. So that's just a good example. So T-Force is a company I say go with. They have a lot of good accounts. Home Depot for the cargo van guys. I know you heard me say this before. They got Office Depot, which is a great account to have starting out for your cargo van. It's a dedicated Monday through Friday account based on the market you're in. All right, would determine the piece per piece rate that you would get paid because they pay it on a per piece, right? And also determine how many pieces you get. All right. So you want to hopefully in a market, or hopefully you can get a route that has a substantial amount of pieces because that's ultimately how you're going to maximize your earning potential. So they got Office Depot. Another account that they have is Grainger. And then they have some retail accounts. Like I said before, your Zara's and your American Eagle, StockX, and I think H&M. I'm not sure about the H&M. I think H&M and a few other ones. And then those accounts you can do out your personal vehicle, your car. But Office Depot, Grainger is a great. Those are two great cargo van accounts to have with that company. And the Home Depot, even though a young lady earlier said they were offering her $24 a stop, that's something that I believe can be negotiated if they can maximize their earning potential. By giving you less, then they're going to do that. You know what I'm saying? These guys get paid on bonuses. And what you guys got to understand too as well is, and I know a lot of you guys probably don't want to hear this, but it's the truth. Like I'm going to always be honest on my channel. These logistics companies' margins are just as small as, our margins. They're operating on that same about 6%, 4-6% margin. All right, their margins are small. A lot of the times they don't have room, right, to budge. Why? And why is that? All right, let's talk about the aspect of the business. Why is that? Because they're all battling for the same accounts. There's only so many retailers out there. There's only so many options for like appliances. Like there's not a plethora of appliances like there is for clothes. You got a ton of options for clothes, whether you're on a high-end brand or a low-end brand. There's plenty of options. You can go to Walmart and buy clothes all the way up to Louis Vuitton. There's plenty of different options for clothes, but when you're looking at appliances, right, there's only a handful of options, right? Not that many options, and all these logistics companies are battling for these same national accounts, right? So every year when these retailers revisit, right, to renegotiate the contracts, what happens? Bidding happens, right? And ultimately they're going to go with the lowest bidder, right? And obviously the logistics companies are going to bid low. Why? Because they want the business, right? The retailer wants to go with the lowest bid. Why? Because they're able to pass those savings along to who? The consumer, right? So their margins are very small. All right. So, when you're negotiating, you just got to keep that in mind. And I'm not trying to, one up, the logistics company, but that's just the nature of the industry. You just got to understand that. So, not every contract may be for you. You know what I'm saying? If it's a contract where they bid it very, very low to get that contract and they're only paying $600, $650 to do final amount, if you stick yourself in that contract, don't come complain in the market. Because market's saying don't take it. You want to be at least about $750. All right. So keep that in mind. All right. Let's go on. I'm gonna look at a few more and then I'm gonna do some Q&A. We talked about Cardinal. RXO, we know the deal with RXO. they got a lot of contracts for final mile. They don't have as much on their load board, their digital load board yet for middle mile guys. But for final mile, you got to understand they got a lot. Why? Because they got a lot of relationships, right? Your top 3 trucking companies in the country, UPS, FedEx, then XPO, right? All right. RXO is a spinoff company of XPO. They just separated their final mile and their expedited and their load board into a sister company. They created a sister company, RXO, and they separated from RXO. Same umbrella, same thing, but they're the 3rd largest, right? So they have a lot of relationships, right? Just like I said a minute ago, they're sticklers. They don't really budge too much. They don't really negotiate. They're going to say, look, okay, we're going to onboard you. This is what we're paying. Take it or leave it. On top of that, with RXO, something else too that you guys got to know is when it comes to insurance, they different. They different on insurance. When you get with RXO, you're gonna have to add more to your policy. They're gonna want you to add. I had to add an umbrella. Now I'm hearing they don't make you add the umbrella anymore, but you do got to add the accidental occupational and the workers' comp. I'm saying they got an umbrella because I've always known them. I had to add a $3 million umbrella. Now, I don't know if they're doing the umbrella no more. Somebody said they took the umbrella off, but I know you got to do the workers' comp. You got to do the accident. Pippi is in here. She's with RXO. So she'll probably be able to tell you more because she onboarded within the past couple of years. Also, hit that like button, man. It's 80-some people in the room, 34 likes, man. Hit that like button, man. Please. Hit that like button. Hit that like button. So Pippi will probably be able to tell you if they added an umbrella, if she had to add an umbrella. I know they made me add a $3 million umbrella. But where's most in here? I ain't seen most in a minute. The client needs to pay more per stop or provide insurance not covering the liability. This can't be discussed enough. Negotiations take place. The client needs to pay more per stop. You know, in most cases, and when Moses is talking about the client, he's talking about the logistics company. So he's right, all right? But that also goes to your negotiation power. A lot of people just accept anything because they're anxious and thirsty to get into the space and they're not understanding what it entails to do final mile. Most is a final mile person, all right? So if you don't understand what goes into making these final mile stops and you're new, with the young lady who was talking earlier with the $24, if she didn't come in here and I said, hell no, don't take $24, she probably would have took it, just not knowing better. And that's a lot of people's situation. The client ain't going to pay more if they know they cannot pay more to you, if they know they can stick you. All right. You got to know how to negotiate. Right. But in the flip coin, the reason why I know that a lot of these final mile rates seem like they are going down, especially with the bigger companies. If you look like the big companies like JB Hunt, someone who entered into the final mile space within the past few years, and the way they entered it is because they acquired a small independent final mile company, right? We already know why they're paying less, right? Because they're a big company. Their negotiation tactics is to outbid everybody else, right? So they're working on a smaller margin, right? And because they're working on a smaller margin, right, they're not going to pay the owner-operator independent contractor that much because their margin is smaller, right? The independent companies, the few that are left, is not many left because most of them have gotten acquired, right, have a bigger margin. So these are the companies that pay a little bit more. But if you look, the big conglomerates like your JB Hunt, companies that weren't even in the final mile business, those are the companies that don't pay very well. But you know what? If I wish all these companies would pay more per stop, but not in all situations. They're just not doing it. This can't be discussed enough when negotiation takes place. Yeah. So like he's saying, like when you negotiate your rates, you have to know what you're negotiating. All right. So if you've never done final mile, then you need to come here and talk to me, and I can tell you, you know, what you need to be asking for. I'm going to ask you like I asked her, and she said she's going to email it. What are you doing? What are you delivering? How many stops are they telling you? You know, is it just curbside? Is it curbside? Is it threshold? Is it threshold with room of choice? Because it's different scopes for delivery. Is it white glove with assembly? Because now you're getting a white glove with assembly. It may just be white glove assembly. It may be white glove with assembly and trash removal, where you got to remove the trash. So it's different. It's different scopes. So you kind of need to know all this stuff when you're sitting down with the onboarding manager to know what to ask for. All right. So most is right. You know, your negotiation, when you're at that table negotiating, you need to make sure you negotiate. You need to be educated. You need to be educated on this space of what you're getting into so you can know how to negotiate and know what to ask for. All right. So hopefully with me just talking here tonight, giving you some details of what to expect when you're doing this type of business, you kind of know what to ask for when you sit down with these folks negotiating these final mile contracts. All right. RXO. I can't say they're a bad company because they're not a bad company. They're a good company. They're just a stickler company. All right. They're not going to budge, right? Not going to budge. Now, this is a company that ain't going to budge. You can sit down with them all you want. They're not budging. All right. And then they're going to charge you more for insurance because it's going to make you add more to your policy. So you need to make sure if you do RXO that with what you got to add to your policy is compensating for what they're paying you. All right. For me, it didn't make sense. So ultimately I let XPO go. All right. I let XPO go. When they came to me with that 3 million stuff, once I ran into my broker came back and said, "Hey, Mark, is this account really worth it?" When my broker is telling me that, then I know that, you know what? Nah, the numbers ain't. It's just, $3 million umbrella sent my insurance way through the roof more than what it was. And they weren't offering to give me a guarantee like the company that they acquired was giving me. I got folded into XPO. I didn't apply with XPO. XPO acquired a company that we had a contract with. And when they acquired them, after a certain period of time, it wasn't immediate. It was like 3 or 4 months later. They said, all right, well, we learned their system now. So now we're introducing our system. And you need to add $3 million umbrella on top of your insurance. And it just didn't make sense. So I let that contract go. So RXO is a good company, right? But no negotiations and a lot more insurance. All right. Pilot, never ran Pilot, but I heard good things about Pilot. I heard they pay exceptionally well. I know they got Best Buy. In some markets in the country, they also have IKEA. All right. Not in every market they have IKEA. IKEA is split between a couple companies, Pilot, NAL, and I think Dynamics has it in some markets with T-Force. Pilot has Best Buy. Good contract for Best Buy appliance delivery. About $900 a day. All right. And somewhere I got a guy up in Seattle, Washington, which is not a fairly big market, running Best Buy on a rate of $900 a day. All right. So for some of you guys in larger markets, you can kind of expect that or maybe a little bit more. All right. Best Buy, similar to Lowe's, similar to your Home Depot and appliance. All these companies carry pretty much the same LG, Samsung, Whirlpool, Frigidaire, appliances. So same thing, except Pilot, in contrast to let's say JB Hunt, is not a large conglomerate company like a JB Hunt. So, where JB Hunt is trying to get everything, so they're negotiating very, very low. Pilot, you got a little bit more room to make a little bit more money every day and obviously every week. So Pilot is a company that I think is good, and as you can see here, about 209,000, and that's in this market in PA. You can check your market to see if Pilot is hiring for Best Buy or IKEA. Let me see any other companies I want to talk about. Let me see here. I'm not clicking on these fly by night Fidelitone, um, damn, what account do Fidelitone got? I forgot which account they got. Damn, I forgot which account Fidelitone got. Um, I've never ran Fidelitone. And I don't really hear too much about them either. And the reason why is I don't think they're in every market. Like they're trying to build up their final mile, division. But as you can see here, they got some stipulations. They don't want you to have anything older than a 2008. They looking for experience in white glove delivery. And they're offering about $209,000 a year. I can't really tell you anything about Fidelitone. It is a larger company, but I don't really know what accounts they got. I do know, but I forgot. We talked about Cardinal already. I talked about Waco. I think that is all I'm gonna Capstone, Cargo Van, Staples. All right, so they share Staples with Waco depending on the market. So Capstone is not in every market. So pretty much the markets that Waco doesn't have Staples, Capstone has it. All right. As you can see here, they're doing a guarantee of $225 a day. All right. Capstone Logistics, 97 independent contractors, Sprinter Vans, $225 a day. Not bad, depending on how many pieces they're giving you. If I'm running a cargo van for Staples Office Depot, I want to try to make at least 300. All right. But if the piece count, let's say is about 100 pieces, let's say 100 pieces or less, right? For $225, then I say $225 is okay. Anything over 100 pieces for $225, I wouldn't take it. All right. So that's my advice on Capstone and that $225 that they're offering for Staples. Anything over 100 pieces, I'm not taking it. All right, for $225. That puts you at about $2.25 a piece. All right. So that's the math. If anybody's wondering how I came up with that number. We did Pilot already. All right, so I think that's it. Unless anybody's got a final mile logistics company that they want to ask me about. I did Top Hat. We talked about Top Hat. Let me type in one more thing real quick. Let me type in. I put an independent contractor. Let me type in owner operator and see if some other companies come up. All right, Ford Final Mile. This is a company a lot of people ask me about. And from what I'm hearing is they don't pay really, really good. Now, that's kind of contrasting what they're advertising, right? Because they're advertising $3,500 a week, and this is actually in my market. So let me read this. Service provider driving team for appliance delivery, basic hookup around Chicago. All right, appliances, compactors, washing dryers, hoods, microwave, home appliances. All right, so it's a 6-day-a-week contract. So this is why 6 days a week is only paying $3,500. All right, so that's why it's not paying really, really well. All right, it's not paying well. So that's about $550, $600 a day, right? 6 times 6 is what, 36. So it's paying a little bit less than $600 a day. So like 5 something a day. That's why people are saying it's not good. 6 days at $3,500. If you're working 6 days, you need to be touching about $5,000 a week minimum. All right. So no, this is why people are complaining about Ford Final Mile. So I never ran Ford Final Mile, right? So I can't G from on that, but just based off what I'm seeing right here, is not enough. All right. You're doing appliances. It's a 6-day-a-week contract at $3,500. When you do the math in your head, you're making less than $600 a day. So not something I would go for, guys. All right. I think that's all I'm gonna profile today. So what I'll do now is we'll just do some Q&A, and then I'll let you guys enjoy the rest of your evening. I know I've seen a lot of questions pop up on the screen. So what I'll do is I'll try to get the current questions now, and hopefully, those people are still in here as I go backwards. Appreciate everybody for being here. Good turnout tonight, guys. I think the interest is starting to come back into the box truck space. People know who are providing the good content, information wise as well. So it is what it is. Most appliance devices, a washer dryer combo is 2 pieces. You got some washer dryer combos that are 2 pieces, but then you got like that LG wash tower that's just 1 piece. So you're right. There are some washer dryer combos, 2 pieces. You got some stackable washer and dryers that are 1 piece. Mark my authority is 4 days away from going after. I'm so scared to get into that rental now because of the numbers and risk playing in. Playing in my head. I was able to cut some startup costs. God help me. I mean, here's the thing. I mean, if you got a fair rate, then I wouldn't be too worried. Now, if you getting into the space thirsty and you got a rental and you're paying too much, then yeah, I'd be worried about not making no money. I don't know what you're paying for your rental, but it just goes back, what I've been preaching. If you're paying X amount of dollars for a rental, and I'm preaching this is a small margin business, then you can kind of figure out the rest. You know what I'm saying? You gotta make the best decision initially. Like, this industry, there's very little room at the beginning now, more than ever, for margin of error. You have a little room for error at the beginning, but not much anymore because of the barrier. The cost of entry is a lot higher now. All right, so as the cost of entry is steady increases, it gives you a lot less room for error at the beginning. You got to kind of come in with a plan and get to work and kind of start making money. So all the due diligence that you need to do prior to entering into the space, you need to do it. If you're getting in and that you're paying an exorbitant rental cost and it's a possibility, then you may want to halt that. What do you, 700 a day and 500 in pre-fuel, 16 cents a mile? Well, that's not bad. Wait, 700 a day, or you mean 700 a week? If it's 700 a week, then that's fine. It's $100 a day. All right. I'm hoping you mean 700 a week instead of 700 a day. 16 cents a mile ain't bad. It's a good rate. Oh, most you was talking to somebody else. My bad. I didn't know. A week, yeah. So you good. 700 a week ain't bad. A cargo van in today's times, you probably gonna pay about $350. I seen them as high as $400. Not something I would be willing to pay. I got an email from Penske today, and they're introducing they've reconfigured their 16-foot box truck and some of their cargo vans for final mile delivery now. So they've added a side door to the 16-foot box truck, and they've added shelves in the back, like how you see similar to like the Amazon van shelves. They have 16 footers and they got vans already specced out for final mile parcel delivery. So by them speccing these vans out, I already know they're finna go up on the rate even higher for the vans now, because they went through the lengths of speccing them out just for this. So I wouldn't be surprised if the rates go up as they start rolling out these new spec vehicles. But I'm seeing $350, $400 a week for a van. Kind of high to me for a van, compared to what it used to be, about $250, 10 cents a mile, $250 for the week. So That's just the rates for a van right now. Why don't you drive? What about Ralph Transfer? They do Home Depot. I'm not really familiar with Ralph Transfer. I know they're not in every region, so it's more like a regional final mile company. They're not in my region, so I've never dealt with them or had any type of run-ins with them. But if they do Home Depot, gotta see what they're offering to run Home Depot under their company in comparison to some of the other companies that are running it, some of the larger companies. If they're in your region, they may offer a better rate since it is a smaller regional operation to run Home Depot. But I'm not knowledgeable on Ralph's Transfer. I know who they are, but I'm not knowledgeable on that particular company where I feel comfortable speaking on them. So that's why I kind of skipped over them. When you say pieces, what are the pieces? If you're talking about when I was talking about pieces for Office Depot, Staples, the pieces are the pieces. So let's say you show up to T-Force and you got a route and it's 100 pieces. It might be, each piece is a piece. So you may have one stop, that stop may have 10 pieces. You may have another stop, that stop has one piece. So however many pieces you put on your van, those are the pieces. All right. And that's how they pay you for that particular account. They pay you by piece, per piece. So if it's 100 pieces on your route and they paying you $2.25 a piece, then you made $225. So that's what I meant by pieces for that particular account. I've never worked with Spirit, but I know about them. I'm looking at Pilot, Michigan, 175,000, 1 year experience installing water lines. 175,000 just to install water lines for Pilot. If it's just installing water lines, then that's a good deal. We actually did negotiate with RXO. It's why I stress forming a relationship with your market managers. If you are not at max on your rates, they can give you more. Oh, you guys are having a side conversation. Okay. Hey, Mark, we should do one of these lives covering middle mile. Man, the only thing I can cover you with middle mile is the basics. Kirk is more knowledgeable, like with the partial things. Like I can talk about it, but like certain strategies with middle mile, I can't get as detailed as I can with middle mile as I can with final mile. I can talk about the fundamentals, the basics, stuff like that, partials. But when it comes to like strategy, I would say probably go to Kirk for that. I ain't finna hold you. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna hold you. That's why I really don't cover middle mile, like deep strategy. When I talk about it, I talk about the fundamentals and I'll talk about advanced stuff, but I really don't go into strategy. You know what I'm saying? I'll leave that to Kirk. But I'll do a middle mile. Live. I mean, middle mile is just pretty much, middle mile, and a lot of people hate when I say this, but it's the truth. With a box truck, you really only got two options, right? You got the load board, you got Amazon, right? And that's it. You got the load board, you got Amazon, all right? It's not much dedicated that you can do in middle mile. There's some out there, yeah. But I think a lot of people that are getting into the space or that have gotten into the space, a lot of people, I should say, they get misled. You would be surprised how many DMs I get, or I've had people that have booked like coaching sessions in the past where they say, you know what, I bought this box truck because somebody told me I can get this Home Depot contract, or I can get this Walmart contract, I can get this Target contract, and they think it's just as simple as going to a Walmart store, talking to the manager, and they're gonna start doing shit with their box truck for Walmart. You know what I'm saying? So I think a lot of people have been misled with that. But there's only two things you can really do with middle mile, and that's run off the load boards or Amazon Relay. And there's nothing wrong with that. But as far as strategy, I mean, with the load board, we know that you got to parcel your stuff out, right? So the only thing you really need a strategy for is how to parcel, where not to go, building relationships, and how to navigate your truck through certain markets, knowing what markets have good paying outbound freight. All right. There's some people that run in a straight line, like from up north, Midwest, right? We know Midwest is the capital of freight. Running from the Midwest, whether it's Illinois, all right, Indiana, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Iowa, Ohio, Michigan, and running down south. Texas is another state that has a lot of outbound freight, right? And these are things that, you think people would know, but a lot of people don't know. So what I tell people a good strategy for middle mile is, and this is not to get off topic, I'm gonna get back to the final mile. If you're new to this space, right, just run in a straight line. From the Midwest down to Texas, you can always get something out of Texas coming back up to the Midwest. All right. That's my strategy for middle mile. But I really don't cover middle mile like that because it's not my lane. You know what I'm saying? It's not my lane. But it's almost impossible to get any insurance company to write the verbiage required by RXO anymore. But it is almost impossible to get any insurance company to write the verbiage, right? So a lot of reasons why a lot of companies don't want to write for RXO is because basically what I was saying earlier, they sticklers. A lot of insurance companies, they keep analytics, right, on claims, right? And for some strange reason, it's just a lot of claims for RXO in comparison to any other company, right? One, because of the volume they have, right? I think one of the main reasons is because of the volume they have, right? Because they damn near have every single contract, right? And because of that volume, they just have a lot more people out delivering for them. And also it's because of the verbiage itself. Like, my broker talked me out of running this contract. He said, man, is this contract really worth it? You know what I'm saying? Like, I heard now only Progressive is like the only person you can get to write the verbiage for RXO. Or is it not Progressive? Or Progressive won't even write it? Is it Progressive is the only company now, or Progressive won't write it either? I don't know, but it's hard finding an insurance company to write for RXO. She's right. Daniel, what's going on? Team driver to work for who? I did 250 stops home delivery at FedEx. I know you said this over and over, but how does one get in touch with FedEx? To do what? You want to work for FedEx or you want to buy a route? If you want to buy a route, I can tell you where to buy a route at for FedEx. You want to work for FedEx? If you want to work for them, then you just got to apply with a contractor. If you want to buy a route, then I can show you where to buy a route. I did 250 stops home delivery at FedEx. No, he's not lying. FedEx, they do about that many stops a day. No cap. You gotta understand. You got these Amazon guys now doing about 160 stops. And this is why it takes them all day. Because the training that UPS drivers and FedEx drivers have to go through, they don't send those Amazon drivers through that. The training is nowhere near what the training is of UPS and FedEx. Those UPS guys and those FedEx guys, they can do 250 stops. I hired a FedEx guy. I think I told this story before, right? To do one of my one of my Office Depot routes. right now. Some of my Office Depot routes had 30 stops. Most of them are about somewhere between 50 to 80 stops. My best guy at the time before I hired Hector came from FedEx. He was mad at the contractor, right? My best guy was this guy Q, and he was back by 2 o'clock, done, which is early in comparison to the other 8 routes that I had. Running Office Depot, and the next guy would start coming in around 5, 6, sometime around there, right? So he's got the second and third best guys beat by like 3 hours. So he's done. 2 o'clock, he long gone, right? I hired Hector, FedEx guy, right? This guy would be back by 11, 12. Same stops, 60, 70, 80 stops. So, yes, those FedEx and those UPS guys, they built different. Yes, they can do that many stops. They can do that many stops. They just built different. They have those many stops to do. During the holiday season, the Amazon route jumps up to about 250 stops. So that's what UPS and FedEx, they're doing anywhere from 180 to 260 stops a day. So yeah. So Progressive won't either. Yeah, that's what I figured. So who wrote for XPO for you? Who you got that wrote it? What's a good rate to accept for a 5-day cargo van contract? I know you said don't accept less than $750 for a box truck. What's acceptable for pay for a cargo van? Depends on what contract you're running. I say $300. You know what I'm saying? But you're not going to get $300 for every cargo van route. You see, Capstone is offering $225 guarantee. You know what I'm saying? So I think a good rate is $300. So if you can get $225, $250, then that's fine. But you don't want to be 200. You want to be around 100 pieces. You don't want to do anything over 100 pieces for $225. I believe frequent stops with the box truck isn't good for the truck. No, I skipped over a few. Without stops. I seen a FedEx contractor spec out 16-foot with shelves in the back too. FedEx 100, 200 stops a day. Yeah. So Penske is specing out their trucks now. So expect Penske to go up on their rental rates. They're specing out their trucks. Apparently, they have a high rental for final mile parcel delivery. So they're just specing the trucks out for you guys already, and they're just going to charge a premium for them. Does anyone work for a rental company on here? Nope. Rental companies won't even talk to YouTube. I tried to get Penske on. I tried to get Enterprise on. The only thing I can vouch for Penske was they were the only people to respond. No, they responded to every email and they politely declined. Nobody else would even respond. So shout out to Penske for even responding. But man, rental truck companies don't want to, they're not going to come on here and talk. Even if they're watching, they're not going to say nothing because everybody going to bombard them with those hard questions. Why did they go up on the rates? When do they plan on going back down? And all the other questions. Why did they add these stipulations with 2 years in business and brick and mortar? Why did they implement the down payment? Why does the down payment fluctuate from one person to the next? Why isn't it consistent? And so on and so forth. They don't want to answer those questions. Succeed or fail, I'll be here with updates. I appreciate all the help. I just have to hit home runs every week and keep reinvesting in the company, saving working capital while budgeting on lunch. Yeah, man. I mean, your rental rate is not bad in comparison to a lot of other rental rates that I've seen. So I think you'll do fine. You know, you're at $100 a day, 16 cents a mile. I think that's fine. You know, in comparison to other stuff that I see or other stuff that people are getting into, getting 40 or 50 stops in between 80 to 120 pieces. What are you doing? Oh, Waco. Let me go back. Waco is paying $350 a stop, plus plus $1.50 each additional piece and stem fuel. So I was getting paid $111.79 for stem and fuel to go from Richmond to Charlottesville, which is 80 miles away. Getting 40 to 50 stops in between 80 to 100 pieces. So they got Waco has a different pay structure than T-Force for Staples over Office Depot. $350 a stop. $350 a stop. Let me see. $350 a stop. And then $350 stop plus $1.50 each additional piece. Stem and fuel. Let me see. For about 80 pieces. 80 to 120 pieces. $1.50. So then you came out pretty good then, Sal, right? Was you averaging about what? 300 a day? If my math is right, on average, Sal, about 300 a day? I pay $1,100 a week flat rate for my 26-foot box truck. What are you doing? Middle mile, final mile? That's a lot of money. They don't charge you for the miles? Sal does Staples. He does Staples. Hey Sal, what what was the question I had? You were averaging about 300, right? So you said they're paying you $350 a stop plus about $1.50 each additional piece, right? So I averaged about 80 pieces at $1.50, and about another 175 for the stops, right? At about 40 to 50 stops, let's say 350 times 50, it's about what, 175 plus about another 120 for about 80 pieces at $1.50 a stop. So you were averaging about what, right around $300, Sal? My box truck is $641 a month buying it though. Yeah, so when you buying it, you paying a lot less for the finance. You don't have to pay for miles, and you own it at the end of the dig. No mile charge. I'm OTR. Well, that's probably working out for you. Then you're not paying for the mileage, so you're saving a lot of money right there. So, where you renting this truck from? You renting it off of Coop or something like that? Where you renting it? Where you renting it from? Off Coop, or you renting it like from somebody independent that you know that had the truck just sitting around? I bought the $135 a month load board, but it's going to take forever to find a load as a new authority. Should I get a dispatcher for 10% a load? You may have to get a dispatcher if you can't find no load, but you gotta get a dispatcher that has relationships with brokers that broker out freight to people with new authority. Don't just get a broker that's saying, oh, yeah, I can broker you freight, because they're all going to say it. You got to do your due diligence a little bit. Do your due diligence a little bit and ask questions and make sure they can show you some type of proof that they have relationships, or they can broker you out, dispatch you freight with a new authority. They have those relationships, because that's an issue that a lot of people have gotten into. They get with these dispatchers that promise them the world, and they can't do shit for them. So Yeah. I figured a private owner, Leo. That's the only way you're gonna get that no mileage fee. Um, that's the only way you're gonna get that no mileage fee. Yeah, but any other questions about the final mile stuff or just whatever? I see a lot of people is moving away from Amazon. You know what I'm saying? I've been getting a lot of DMs about, man, Amazon ain't cutting it for them no more. That's why I did this, because a lot of people have been asking me about different companies to contract with for final mile. I've been getting a lot of people saying, man, they got to get out of Amazon, or they have to transition from um, over the road because the rates just ain't cutting it for them no more. So it's a big correction that's going on in the market right now. So it is what it is. It was coming. Looks pretty much normal to me, but a lot of people that entered the space, like we said, during the pandemic, they saw inflated rates and they just thought that that was the norm, and it wasn't. So, adjusting, may be a little bit difficult for people that entered during that time because their overhead is so exorbitant that it is what it is. Learning lesson, right? And try to get to the percentage down to 6 or 7. All right, I'm lost in this conversation. All right, so any more questions about Final Mile, other stuff that's going on? If not, I'm on Jet. Anything in the world y'all concerned about as far as trucking, the future of trucking? What do y'all think? Y'all think we going to war? That might affect trucking. Is Russia trying to invade our territory? Is China spying on us? What do y'all think, man? Let me know. You got questions? Let me know. Is this stuff going to affect the market, trucking market? I tell you one thing. No, I ain't gonna say that. Let me not, because I don't want to get into politics. I don't want to get into politics, man. OTR night self dispatching 7,200, 9,600 a week, even now. FedEx is good, but it's expensive unless you already have trucks. They have free routes on their site. To sign up for FedEx with my own truck. You putting more in gas than making money with Amazon. Yeah, well, I don't know, man. I'm just going off what people telling me, and they telling me the same thing pretty much you telling me. So a lot of people trying to transition over to something else. It's been mostly dedicated work, final mile. That's where the interest that I've seen as of lately. You know what I'm saying? So, I hear, I this week I went and I don't do this often, but I went, I had some downtime and I watched some other videos on YouTube. And it just be funny to me, like how I hear everybody try to like give their theories on why what's happening is happening. Everybody keeps saying a thing. People keep taking cheap rates. That has a very small percentage to do with what's going on right now, and it behooves me that that's what people think. That's the reason that people think rates are the way they are, and it has something to do with it. But that reason is just so minute. It just doesn't even make sense. But who am I? You know what I mean? If it's free, something's probably wrong with the route. Every trip you did heading back. Yeah, well, that's been their motto since day one. So but they got a fix for that. They got a fix for that. I talked about it a couple months ago, and they're starting adding trucks, and the more trucks they add, right, and the more routes that they offer to their top AFPs and DSPs, right, and the more trucks they add, right, and the more hourly waged workers they hire to run these routes overnight, you're going to see the lows continue to fall off the board and the rates continue to go down until ultimately one or two things happens, right? Either they phase that program completely out, right? Or two, what's happening now, to the point where they have majority of that overnight stuff that's going from facility to facility or facility to post office running under their thumb, right? That the scraps are left and they got everybody fighting over those scraps at very low rates. So it's unfolding right in front of everybody's eyes, right? I talked about it 2 months ago, but if people want to be, naive and don't see it happening unfold right in front of them, then that's on them. They're not gonna do a whole media press conference and tell you what they're doing. They've never done that. That's just not how they roll. They do everything quietly. Every program they roll out, they always roll it out quietly. They don't announce it. It's just not what they do. So this is just one of those situations where people got to be smart businessmen and women and see what's going on and not hold on to the very end and transition. And guess what? A lot of people are seeing that, and a lot of people are starting to transition because they're contacting me and telling me this. So it is what it is. Amazon is good to have in your back pocket. Yeah, it's good to have in your back pocket, but I think a lot of people now are falling back from it because they see the transition and this transition is happening right in front of their eyes. So I was getting 3 to 370 a day. Yeah, I figured it was about 3 on the low end. Yeah, then that's good money. So Sal said he was getting 3 to 370 running staples for a Watco in a cargo van. So that's good money. That's good money. So there you have it, y'all. I think you're right about Amazon, Mark. I used to work for them too. I'm 100% right. I told people 2 months ago I'll put the bag up. I'll bet. I'm taking on all bettors. You know what I'm saying? That is what's going on right now. Matter of fact, I noticed what's going on because I got an inside source that told me. That's why I was able to break the information 2-3 months ago. And you see that nobody detracted it. You know what I'm saying? People know what's going on. People that do Amazon, they see the trucks rolling in there. They starting to ask people questions. These people are telling them, no, man, I work for this DSP. I work for that AFP. No, I get paid $20 an hour. I get paid $22 an hour. I get paid $24 an hour, depending on the market, right? It was bound to happen anyway, man. It was going to happen anyway. So, listen, Amazon is a business, right? They have a commitment, right? Look at it like this way. They set the standard, right? Delivery prior to Amazon setting the standard for 2-day delivery was about a week, 5 to 7 days, right? They set the standard for 2-day delivery, right? They set this standard, right? And then they set the standard for next day delivery, right? Then same day delivery. Now, as soon as that starts to get compromised, right? Because this is a standard that they set, then they have to do something about it, right? Now, it's not to say that they were not going to do this anyway. I wholeheartedly believe, because I've been saying that this was going to come in eventually anyway. But I think because of them not hitting that standard, that standard has been jeopardized as of recently. I think they've had to speed up that process. You know what I'm saying? And I think, matter of fact, let me say, I know that, based on the other 2 programs that they run under their control, have been successful. All right. The DSP program is successful. All right. And the AFP program is successful. When they moved from that old model of final mile delivery, from them, just those white vans, into, streamlining it, purchasing the vans, leasing the vans, to the DSPs, branding the vans, hiring Element to do the fleet maintenance on the van to make sure the vans at least stayed somewhat presentable while they were out representing their brand. It's a better process than it was in the earlier days of Amazon Final Mile Delivery, when it was all up to the contractor and they were renting these white vans from Enterprise, Ryder, and whoever else, Penske, whatever. Like, these vans were not kept up. They were not in good condition. The independent contractors didn't operate the business with any integrity. But when they created this DSP program, right, and then they hired business owners to middle manage their small fleet, or if they're a large DSP, a larger fleet of trucks, and put all the responsibility on them and indemnify themselves from any liability, it became a lot better. The process was a lot better. It became a lot more streamlined. Relay is comparable to what the old Final Mile program used to do before they formed the DSP program. You know what I'm saying? And throughout the pandemic, it was like the wild, wild west. Like, y'all that run Amazon know it. Y'all seen it. Y'all seen a lot of the mistakes. Y'all seen what was going on. All right. So a company like Amazon that's held to a high regard, right? They had to do something about it, right? So look, we got a successful DSP program. We got a successful AFP program. The problem where we're not meeting our commitments is coming from the middle mile. They said it. All right. So we have to take control of the middle mile. All right. Like we did these other programs, and we're going to start it with our AFPs and DSPs. We're going to buy these 26-foot box trucks, and we're just going to keep it in-house. And that's what's going on. Yeah, that's what's going on. I don't know, you know what I'm saying? But, you know, it is what it is. I can't speak for anybody else that's running, you know what I'm saying? I don't run it, you know what I'm saying? But I'm not stupid, you know what I'm saying? It's obvious what's going on. So people that are running it and they think this is going to last forever, it's just like I say, don't nothing last forever. Nothing. And if a person can't see what's going on, the trucks is rolling in there. You see the ads on Indeed. Like how many times do I got to show this shit? It's right here. Where did I pull this shit up at? Hold on. Amazon. Like people can be naive all they want to be. You know, the proof is in the pudding. Let me search this real quick. Pull it up. Boom. All right. All right, here we go. I'm gonna share my screen real quick. I guess we gotta do this every so often, you know, so I can let people know what it is. All right, look. SPS. SPS is one of the largest Amazon DSP, AFP contractors. They're one of the largest ones for the whole country. Let's walk through this one. I never read it all the way, but we're gonna read this together. Overnight box truck driver. All right. Hit the road after dusk and complete middle mile delivery overnight. Our drivers start at $25. Now, they went up on the hourly rate. This company was paying like $21, $22 just a month ago. Now they're paying $25. Our drivers start at $25 an hour and train Amelia, be DOT and JJ Keller certified. We are one of the top performing Amazon delivery service partners in North America and want you to grow with us. SPS Ventures is actively hiring part-time and full-time delivery drivers to deliver. Here's the key words here, guys. To deliver palletized products. I'm going to say it real slow. And if the shoe don't fit, don't wear it. But some people out there, you know, deliver palletized products in 26-foot box trucks out of our Aurora, Colorado warehouse. Palletized. That's the key word. Because, see, somebody said they challenged me and said, well, Amazon got the Amazon where they're delivering the big stuff. Right. That's called Amazon XL. And that's done during the day. All right, so Amazon XL, they deliver stuff during the day in box trucks like treadmills and sofas. Like Amazon sells big stuff too. All right. So during the day, you got Amazon XL, but we're talking about middle mile. So keyword, middle mile, overnight, palletized products. All right. Anticipated schedule, 4 to 6 days a week, including at least one weekend day, and 6 to 10 hour shifts. Shifts start anywhere between 12:30 a.m. and 2:30 a.m. Like, the proof is right here. Your shift ends when your route ends. Hourly wage, $25 an hour. Receive $125 Zappos credit for work shoes. Why are they giving you $125 credit for Zappos work shoes? Because as an Amazon employee, you got to have steel-toe shoes, right? Why Zappos? Why Zappos? Because in 2009, Amazon acquired Zappos. They own Zappos. So they're giving you a credit to a website they own to buy some work shoes, all right? Benefits. Paid time off, health insurance, overtime is needed based on season demands, bonuses, and opportunities for advancement. Each day we deliver, listen to these keywords, palletized products for middle mile delivery. Not big and bulky, not final mile, big and bulky, XL. Each day we deliver palletized products for middle mile delivery. So we hire team members who are confident in their physical ability, who are night owls, and who are focused on doing the best job possible. Like, I'm not going to read all this now. Like, it's obvious, bro. They're going to continue. They can't get drivers. Check this out. Check this out. Hold on. Let me pull this back up. Let me pull it back up. Where is that at? Here, check this out. I'm not gonna read it all. Here's the thing. The turnover gonna always be high. All right. It's high on the DSP side with the box trucks. With the vans. All right. It's high on that side with the vans. But here's one thing that we are seeing now as a country. People are going back to work. All right. That whole I don't want to work, that's over with. A lot of people going back to work now. They're gonna get drivers. They're gonna keep going up on the rate. You know why they're gonna keep going up on the rate? Because they got room to go up on the rate. If they got a guy and he does a 10-hour shift, that's $250. Whereas they probably were paying, let's say, even on the low end, a contractor $350, $300, $350. All right. So even with still paying the DSP, they paying the DSP. First of all, the DSP leasing the vehicle from them, right? Amazon is covering the expenses on the benefits. But here's the thing with that. Amazon acquired a bunch of health insurance companies in 2018, 2019. They went on a buying spree. They were buying insurance companies, health insurance companies for $1 billion. They was throwing out $1 billion like you throw a penny in a wishing wheel. All right. It didn't make sense then, but it makes absolutely complete sense now, right? Because they knew what the plan was. They're able to offer benefits at a very, very low cost because they own the company. All right. They still have a margin where they can continue to go up and continue to go up on an hourly rate. And they're still going to save money on running those routes this way, in contrast to hiring independent owner operator or somebody off a relay owner operator to do it. They're still going to save money. They're still saving money. All right. And even if they're breaking even, or even if they're spending more money, you guys got to remember what this man built this company on. All right. His mission statement. All right. The company was built on customer satisfaction. He took a very risky business model that no one had ever done before. All right. And said, man, he wants to build a company based solely on customer satisfaction. Once you set a standard, it is your job in the industry to keep that standard. So whatever they got to do to keep that standard, then that's what they're going to do. But they still have room, right? They still got plenty of room, right? For margin, right? To increase pay, to continue to onboard trucks and onboard people into that program, that MMRO program, as employees to run this stuff and still save money. So I think eventually they're going to be able to hire enough people. I don't think that I don't think that's going to be an issue going forward. Yeah, I know they hire anybody. That's obvious. They don't train them. That's why the turnover rate is so high. Turnover rate gonna always be high. Turnover rate is high. It's not gonna be like UPS or FedEx. The turnover rate is high. But here's the thing, though. I think the turnover rate will be less with the box truck running overnight middle mile than it is for the daytime van. And here's why. The daytime running the van pays less, but these guys are doing a lot more stops, right? The nighttime, you're doing fewer stops, right? You're doing fewer stops. You're getting paid higher pay, right? But you're maneuvering a larger vehicle, but you're doing less stops, all right? You're dealing with less pieces because you're dealing with more pieces, but the pieces are palletized and shrink wrap, all right? So at $25 an hour, I don't think their turnover rate is going to be as high as someone in the daytime doing 160 stops or whatever they're doing at $18, $19 an hour. So if a guy's driving from here to a post office, taking off some pallets, driving back, picking up some more pallets, driving a little bit further out, dropping off some more pallets, driving back, like I don't see nobody tripping like that. And then if they got to wait for the post office to open and they just sitting there playing on their phone for an hour or two until the post office opens, then man, I don't think nobody's going to really trip on that. I don't. I could be wrong, you know what I'm saying? But it is what it is. That's what they're doing right now. And this ain't the only company. You got other companies. There's plenty of other companies. Well, not plenty because they're only opening it up to the top DSPs right now. But eventually they'll open it up to other DSPs. So that was one. Here's another one. Bear Down Logistics. They're paying $20 an hour, but it's in a different market. This is a third shift position, overnights, routes from 12 until around 11 a.m. All right. Amazon non-CDL, Amazon DSP, non-CDL 26-foot box truck driver. So this is in Kentucky. So, Amazon is slowly following FedEx business model. I believe in the future, one DSP will own a straight truck, a tractor, a step in a cargo van contract. Yeah, so this is similar, so, a DSP that gets this middle mile contract, ultimately, when they phase, and see, here's the thing, I don't know if they're going to phase relay out, but we see the direction they're going in a DSP, yeah, this is similar to the FedEx. They can sell these routes. If they get a good 26-foot box truck route and it's profitable, right, they can sell it the same way they list their DSP final mile routes for sale. Same concept, you know what I'm saying? It is what it is. So, only reason I'm putting the information out there, and I've been putting it out there, is to reiterate and remind people. Like right now, it's a wave of people complaining about the rates and stuff. But listen, this is why the rates are like they are, man. You know what I'm saying? The more trucks they bring in, and they're gonna funnel. Listen, if Amazon is buying trucks, right? They're buying trucks. They're investing money in the 26-foot box trucks. They have their top DSPs buying into this program. They're not just handing these trucks over to these DSPs and saying, here, run this for us. No, they're doing it the same protocol that's required, right, for them to get a DSP or an AFP. Same situation. They're buying into this program, right? By them buying into this program, and Amazon is onboarding all these trucks, and these guys are hiring people to run these routes. Who do you think Amazon is going to give the work to first? Let's just be smart business people here. All right, where's the vested interest? It's just like I always say, where is the vested interest? The vested interest goes to the investment. The investment is the contractor and the truck. We bought these trucks. All right, we need to get our money out of these trucks and our partners. All right. It's not Amazon Relay Partners. It's DSP, Delivery Service Partners. It's AFP. All right. At the end, you got P, Partners. It's not Relay, Amazon, Amazon Relay Partners. Nah, they're going to service their partners first. Why? Because there's vested interest there, right? So the more trucks that they bring on, right, the more DSPs that buy into this program, the more vested interest gets pushed in that direction, right? And then that's less opportunity, right, that gets pushed to the load board. So the less opportunity that's on the load board, right, is going to drive down the rates. And now you got multitude of people fighting over scraps. And there you have it, man. Like, it is what it is, man. Like, it's you know, it just is what it is. I tried to get in Relay. Amazon said they're not hiring in the moment. Oh, but there you go. See, I'm not like, I'm bringing my trucks and teams. They said no go at the moment. See, yeah, they're not even hiring no more in some markets. That's why they're not even hiring no more in some markets. That's why they came out with the contracts. Eventually, they would downsize Relay. See, I've been said this, y'all. I said this 2-3 months ago. And that's why I said, man, when I went on YouTube earlier this week, I just went and clicked on people's videos, and I see some people promoting Amazon, like new people that got YouTube promoting. Then some people say, oh, people taking these cheap rates. Yo, that shit don't got nothing to do with nothing. They don't got nothing to do with nothing. All right? Like, that has nothing to do with nothing. I just told you why the Amazon rates are the way they are. You know, it has nothing to do with people taking cheap rates. Vested interest. If I partner with you, right, and I got all these contracts, right, and I filter these contracts out to just random owner operators every day, but you my homie, and I say, man, you got a truck, and I say, all right, homie, I'm gonna give you the best loads, but I need 25% off of each load. Who do you think I'm gonna work with first? My homie is the first person I'm gonna talk to every day. Why? Because I got vested interest over there. I got vested interest right there. All right. So the vested interest is gonna get first dibs. We want our trucks out on the road. We want these big, beautiful, pretty Amazon 26-foot biodiesel, whatever the truck got, the technology. We want to see them trucks out on the road, right? Because not only is it's better for us, then we got more brand marketing out on the road. We don't want to see some of these ugly trucks that I see some of these guys be in. The back door can't close. Some got spray paint on the side of them. One the inner tire is on the flat and all. They want to see their trucks out on the road, right? So yeah, it is what it is. People on Amazon promoting YouTube. People on YouTube promoting Amazon to get YouTube money. All right, well, all those new guys got to understand, and I'll be the first person to tell them, if you promoting Amazon to get YouTube money, you're promoting Amazon for free, because it ain't going to be no YouTube money. Unless you like talking about Lamborghinis or like Andrew Tate or Fresh and Fit, like one of these YouTube channels where you just degrading women, or you like CJ on 32s where you buying Lamborghinis every week, or you driving Hellcats and you running from the police. You got a camera, you speed and then you pull over, and then when the police get behind you, you take off and you got your GoPro and you film it. If you're not one of those type of channels, you're not gonna see money off of YouTube. Like you gotta be doing like hundreds of thousands of views, millions of views to really check a bag off of YouTube. Like this ain't no money. Like these little YouTube advertising checks, man, this shit don't even cover a car note. This shit don't even cover a mortgage. You know, not in this space. Why? Because this space is this is a small, tight niche community space, and that's what a lot of these newcomers don't understand. Most of the box truck content creators share the same subscribers. You know what I'm saying? So, it's not a space where you're going to garner 1 million subscribers, where you're going to be doing every video you drop, you're going to be just doing 50,000, 100,000 views. So, man, they wasting their time. Yo. But don't nobody want to listen to Big M. They ain't got to listen to me. The information is there, and it got a time stamp on it, a date stamp from when I said what was going to happen. I said a lot of stuff was going to happen, then nobody listened to me. Hey, it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? They still waiting on this peak season. They still waiting on this peak season. It's February. I said Amazon. Like, I went to war. You know what I'm saying? I said what was going to happen with Amazon, and it's slowly happening. And guess what? When it finally does happen, if they do phase it out, even though I said this was going to happen, and it's happening, and people know it's going to happen, ain't nobody going to come and say, and I don't expect nobody to come and say, well, man, Mark, you said this was going to happen. Nah, they ain't going to do that. But it is what it is. I know it was going to happen. It was just obvious. All right. And that sets people, that's how you can tell who really knows business and who don't. You know what I'm saying? So it is what it is, It is what it is. It's crazy to me when I look at people's channels, and this ain't to take nothing away from people, you know what I'm saying? But this is a business, you know what I'm saying? When you're running a truck and you're operating a truck, it's a business. And people don't really look at it like a business. And I get it. Not everybody is business savvy. Not everybody has a business acumen. May not be, just as business savvy as other people. But, common sense is common sense. And everybody say, oh, people taking cheap rates. It has nothing to do with it. Nothing at all. Cheap rates ain't got shit to do with why Amazon's rates are low. People taking cheap rates. The rates are cheap, right? Because most of the freight has already been divvied out. All right. They're transitioning. All right. They're transitioning. They're going through a transition process. All right. So, man, they don't. I'm tired of explaining this shit, man. I just be explaining the same stuff over and over again. I seen Amazon straight trucks a year ago on my routes before you announced this, but I think you're the first one to let everyone know about it. So those trucks that you were seeing a year ago, like the 16-footers, the 26-footers, they do Amazon XL during the day, which is the big and bulky stuff. So yes, they've been running 26-footers. But this MMRO program is still fairly new. This is it's about 5 or 6 months old. So depending on when you saw it last year, you may be correct. It actually started in the latter part of the summer. And as they get trucks, the trucks are on order, right? And as the trucks come in, then obviously, they distribute the trucks in the different markets, and different DSPs buy into the program, and then they start hiring. And as they hire, then they start pulling certain routes and certain loads that would normally be on the load board off of the load board, because now these routes become dedicated routes to these DSPs that have bought into this program for this MMRO program. So the more loads that come off the route, the load board, the more routes that come off the load board, that's less work, right? Which ultimately is going to factor in to obviously the rates, right? And the amount of work that's available on the load board. And that's what's happening, man. Don't forget, Amazon got the robots delivering as well. Easy to eliminate a complaining contractor, right? So they got robots. They got the DSPs now. Another factor that I talked about that I think kind of went over people's heads because the video just didn't do what I thought it would do is you got some contractors that are using bots, just like people use bots on the sneakers app to get all the Jordans, right? People use bots on Amazon Relay. People use bots on Amazon Flex. All right, you know, if it's a load board, if it's something that can be bidded, there is a coder out there that can build a bot for it and charge a person a subscription, residual subscription. They pay it every month, right? They make money, and ultimately they can get things that a person who's doing something manually can't get, because the bot is constantly working for them 24 hours a day. So you got the bots going against you too. I did a video about that. I think, you know, that whole, I think as an honest owner operator that's getting into that space, you just got a lot of things stacked up against you right now at the time. So that's just something that a person might want to be, you know, do some due diligence on before they get into it. Some folks have slowed on videos. Guess they are not motivated anymore. I know where you getting at. But I think everybody in this space has slowed on videos. I slowed on videos. I still do my live streams though. I slowed on videos though, because I do more live streams now. It's just easier for me to get on here and talk to the people. And then not really anybody is really doing live streams anymore. I'm probably like one of the only ones. You know, it's hard for people to get on here and answer questions. You know what I'm saying? But I think a lot of people, I don't want to say people are scared, but, you know, a lot of people promise people a lot of stuff. I was like one of the only ones saying, yo, it ain't going to happen. You know, and even though I got initial backlash at first because I was going against what most people were saying, when everything started to pan out, then, you know, that's when people started saying, well, damn, Buddy ass was right the whole time. And I'm still right. You know, another thing is that interest in the space is just not there anymore. You know, the popularity has gone. There's no money anymore. So people just don't have that that free money to enter into the space. The people that are entering into the space now are doing a little bit more due diligence, right? Because they heard about the horror stories from, you know, throughout the pandemic. So they're doing a little bit more due diligence on who they do consume content from. When a person not, you know, seeing those numbers add up, yeah, it probably is discouraging to some people to make content. But, you know, if you really here for the people, then you're not looking at the numbers. I don't look at the numbers. I really don't give a damn. You know what I'm saying? But when I do look at them, I see they keep going up. All right. And my numbers don't went down. But like I said, I don't give a damn about the numbers. You know what I'm saying? I'm here really to help people. And I think people realize that, you know, I did a free mentorship. I didn't charge anybody. And I don't do mentorships, but when I did do one, I did it for free. So I think if people don't have and there's nothing wrong with it either, you know, it's time. You know, to make content, it's time. All right. So if a person feels like it's not worth their time anymore, then, you know, they're not going to make the content. They probably not going to be motivated to make the content. Can't really say you don't blame the people. Not everybody, nobody owes anybody anything. So, you know, it's not people's job to help people. You know what I'm saying? I choose to do it because I choose to do it. You know what I'm saying? But not everybody is going to be that philanthropic, if that's the right word. You know, everybody's not going to be that philanthropic, you know, so it is what it is. But I feel you. I don't think the motivation is there for a lot of people anymore because the numbers aren't there anymore. So it is what it is. Amazon done drop off as well. Saw this 2 summers ago in person while doing a move in Midtown Atlanta. Amazon's numbers are down. Everybody's numbers are down. UPS is furloughing and laying off people. FedEx is laying off people. Damn, I read about somebody else in logistics was laying off people too. So the volume is down. People just aren't buying like they were buying. Like all this stuff was just common knowledge. You know what I'm saying? Like, man, how anybody seen how much a carton of eggs costs nowadays? Like, man, people are spending their money elsewhere. People are saving money. So, you know, with the volume going down, people are laying people off. Amazon is not doing nowhere near the numbers they were doing last year. So that's another thing. Like, the volume ain't there, man. So I don't really know what people are expecting, man, to get out of these companies. Yep, I write code. We use Python, send them to automate. All right, so that's what I'm saying. Like anything that's like bidding, man, somebody can write a code for it, and it's simple code. From what I understand, I don't write code, but I heard to write a code for like a bidding platform, it may be a little bit more complex for something like sneakers, but for like the Amazon Relay app, man, that's probably somebody could probably write a code for that to automate, the bidding process probably in a day or less, man. Well, you got to compete against that as well. Can anyone tell me the startup cost for starting this business? I think now the startup cost, I think you need to have about 25, 30 put aside. No cap. I don't think anything less would make me nervous in today's climate. I think you need to have about 25 or 30 put away, and that is including your working capital. So let's say you buy a truck for $40,000. Let's say you put $5,000 down. All your other startup costs as far as your insurance, your down payment on your insurance, getting that up and going, and everything else, your authority, right? 25, 30,000, and you got a nice little cushion of working capital to get you through the learning curve of the first 30 days. I think you should be Gucci. Do you need authority to run Waco and Staples? Yeah, you do. That's a cargo van, Sprinter van contract. So you do. You got to have your authority with them to run for them, brother. I had to sell my FedEx, Amazon, UPS stocks to start this business. With a rental truck, and I was actually up on the stocks. They were cheap when I got in. Now they're like $200 a stock. So you bought Amazon after the split then, right? I'm assuming if you said they were cheap and now they're 200. So you bought after the split last summer. You can still buy back in. So since you bought after the split, it's a possibility that, we'll see another $1,000 Amazon stock. It probably won't be this year. It probably won't be next year, but it's a possibility it could run back up there over the next 5 to 10 years. So I don't, I think you did what you needed to do. But, I think you still have a time for those stocks to run up. So even buying in Amazon at $200, I think that's still a good buy. What if buying or leasing is simply not an option for me right now? Is renting enough to start up and build clientele? I think you can rent if you get the right rental rate. Don't go out and spend $1,500 a week. There's somebody in here now that's paying $700 a week and 16 cents a mile, and that's cool. I would okay that. If you ask me, is this cool? I would say yes. If you ask me, is $1,500 a week and 35 cents a mile, which someone asked me earlier this week, I'm going to say no. I'm probably going to say hell no. I'm definitely going to say hell no. You know what I'm saying?
No, God,
I'm going to
please,
say
no.
That's what I'm going to say. So it all depends on what you're renting at. If you're renting at some at a rate that's leaving room for you to make money, then yes. Now finding these rates is going to be a job within itself. So, Mark, I started this with $12K, but I don't have working capital. I have like $4K after my tax return. Hopefully some financial support from family. I just got, I know you told me that the other day. And I told you the same thing, man. Working capital, man. I just, you're going to need working capital. You're going to need fuel. You're going to need some other things, to kind of get you through. I think if you get that $4K for your taxes, that's going to be kind of stretching it. You're just going to have to be very strategic on how you appropriate that $4K. And just pray to God. You know what I'm saying? I think it can be done, but you're gonna have to appropriate that money very correctly. So, it seems like you're a risky person. I like that. No risk, no reward. But you're gonna have to take that tax money and you're gonna have to really appropriate that money correctly. It's gonna take some sacrifice. You know what I'm saying? You and sacrifice gonna become really good friends. So as long as you okay with you and sacrifice being real good friends, and you appropriate that money correctly, I think you'll be all right. I do final mile medical deliveries, wheelchairs and stuff. You the best mentor, Mark. Hey, appreciate you, RD Flick. So you got into the medical supply delivery. Who you with? Spoke? I read something today about getting good rental rates. All they need to do is schedule a consultation to learn how. Who you gotta tell me who's doing that, man. Tell me. Who's making people schedule and pay for consultations to get good rental rates? Man, see, this is a part of the game that they say the game to be sold, not told, but man, I don't know, man. I've been blessed, so man, it ain't really no big deal to me. I can sit up here and kick the Willie. I don't have an answer for that. Oh, is there something else I can help with? I'm not talking to you, Siri. It's nothing for me to sit up here and kick the bobos with people and help people out as much as I can. I'm pretty sure God has blessed me overabundantly for helping people. I just don't know it. You know what I'm saying? But I've been blessed. You know what I'm saying? I made a very successful career in trucking, final mile trucking, and moving. Put me in a situation, and everything that I've ever been able to do as far as things that I've always wanted to do came from trucking. You know what I'm saying? Even other businesses spawned other businesses. So it ain't nothing for me to sit up here and talk and give people answer questions. But I want to know who's charging people for rental truck advice. That I want to know. I don't normally ask for who these people are, but I want to know who's doing that. Oh, buddy. Yeah, kind of figured. But see, here's the thing. I can't knock buddy ass. You know why? Because I can't knock nobody hustle. You know what I'm saying? And it's different when a person got something that is just, just something that they selling that just people can't find or people can't buy. But if people want to buy things that are obtainable, right, and attainable by just doing simple research, then that's on them. I can't really knock buddy. You know what I'm saying? I can't knock him. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of the stuff he's selling, the person can go out and buy. I mean, not buy, but find if they just do a little research. So that's on people, you know what I'm saying? That's on people, man. People want to be lazy. Then, man, God bless them, man. Yeah, after the split, I just got into stocks. Amazon is like 94, 114 right now. Also, you got in after the split. So technically, you need your authority to run most contracts. Yes. No one's going to contract with you without authority because you need to have authority. Like, they need to know who you are. They're giving you freight. They're trusting you with thousands of dollars worth of stuff. So, yeah, they're just not going to give it to no average Joe Schmo. So, in order to run commercial freight in the United States of America, you have to have an authority. So, yeah. Yep, you got to have authority. Now, if you want to do deliveries without authority, then you can sign up on a gig platform. But if you want some dedicated work and you going through a legitimate logistics company, right? you got to have authority. Can you just get business funding? I'll be honest with you, it's hard to get business funding nowadays. I talk about this all the time. In order to get a loan, you got to be in business 2 to 3 years, right? Bank won't even talk to you, right? And then even then, it's going to be difficult. You can get a hard money loan in 6 to 12 months, right? But once again, it's hard money, and you got to be in business at least 6 to 12 months. So you can get a hard money loan via daily debit or a business line of credit. But just general funding to start your business, nah, like ain't nobody doing that no more. Like back in the 50s and the 60s, you can go to the bank with a business plan and say, hey, I want to start this trucking company. And if you come with a solid business plan, right, you may have a banker that may write you a check for 10 grand, right? But no, not anymore, right? Because it's too risky. We're living in a society now where everybody wants to be a business person. And if 10 new businesses are started every day, 9 of them are failing. And if all 10 of them went to the bank and got a loan, I mean, the banks will be failing. So no, they don't do that anymore. Nowadays, when you start a business, you have to start it bootstrap, grassroots, VC, angel investor, family. You got to come up with that money some type of way to get the ball rolling. And then after 6 months, you can start flirting with some hard money lending, right, or lines of credit. They're going to want to see your first 6 months of financials, 3 to 6 months, right? And then, you may be able to get some hard money lent to you, and you'll be able to utilize your future receivables as collateral. All right, they'll loan you the money, and your collateral will be your future receivables based on your first 6 months of revenue. But it's going to be hard money now. And if you don't know what hard money is, just imagine Al Capone loaning you money, or Bumpy Johnson loaning you money, right? Or just your average loan shark on the street loaning you money, right? It's going to be an exorbitant interest rate, right? Right. Why? Because you are high risk, right? So high risk, it's going to be a high interest rate loan. It's called hard money loan. So yeah, I hope that answers your question. I got a good rental rate by watching videos. Just tell them you're a long-term customer. You can try that. But if you're a long-term customer, this is where they're going to get you at. Well, we can't find your company in the system. What did you say your company name was again? ABC Trucking, and you've been ridden with us for how long? Well, I don't see you in here. So who was your account manager? So if you're gonna say that, make sure you got all, you got some type of background story or another company you could use, because they're gonna get to ask you questions. So make sure you got that together now. That's crazy AF. The only way to get rental rates is to establish yourself, stay consistent, and make sure you pay the bill. So to get consistent rental rates now, yeah, coming into the space now, most of these rental truck companies are going to charge you a very, very high rate. They're going to charge you a down payment now. And some companies, they may tell you got to be in business 2 years or whatever. If you're looking to get a rental now, I know someone asked a few minutes ago, you're just going to have to search around for a good rate, man. I don't know who has a good rate. I don't know where. There's no consistency in the rental truck industry anymore. Like, so you can't go to one Penske or one Enterprise and think you can go to another Penske, another Enterprise, and they're going to give you the same consistent rate. Like, I've talked to people, and I even did an experiment where I called companies, and I can call one Penske and they'll tell me $1,000 a week at 29 cents a mile. And then I'll call another Penske and they'll tell me $1,800 a week and 35 cents a mile. All right. So, there's no consistency anymore. You got to call around and see where you can get a good rate. just talk about them. You talking about the people who charging people? I don't talk about nobody. You know what I'm saying? I really don't. I really don't care. If people want to buy into stuff, then that's on them. You know what I'm saying? I don't. Here's the thing, and this is not to go off topic. I'm gonna get back to the Q&A. And I'm not saying this even about Buddy, but I know this whole scamming thing was a big thing. People still talking about it. People still complaining about it. Here's the thing: if a person feel like they got scammed, eventually somebody that's out here scamming people, they're gonna run into somebody. Here's the thing: the people they scam them over the internet, right? The people that's scamming don't necessarily know the people they scamming, but the people that's getting scammed know them. Right? Why? Because they're plastered all over the internet. They're plastered all over social media, right? Person pays you 10 grand, 5 grand, or whatever it is, and they don't feel like they got value. And it's one of these guys that was down on their last and they willing to do anything, or they cut like that. They know you. You don't necessarily know them. Even if you did a Zoom meeting with them, you doing Zoom meetings with a bunch of people. You're not going to remember everybody, but they know you. All right, so these people that's out here scamming people, eventually one of them going to get their issue. You know what I'm saying? You can't be playing with people out here, playing with their money, especially when you plaster it all over the internet. So I don't get into all that shit. That's on them. You know what I'm saying? I don't talk about them either. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't not nobody hustle. But it is what it is. But I tell you one thing, eventually one of these people that is playing with these people out here, they're going to play with the wrong person, man, and they ain't going to even see it coming, and that's just how it is. And that's how you could tell a lot of these guys ain't really cut like that, because you would know that. You playing with people over the internet, and then you go out clubbing and all this stuff, you exposing yourself and you playing with people, and you will never see it coming. That's just not something that I would do, you know what I'm saying? And these guys think it's sweet like that, man. They're going to play with the wrong person. They're going to play with the wrong person. Watch. I've been seeing a bunch of ads on IG talking about getting 100K in funding in 90 days. It's more to it. There's more to it. Listen, I've had opportunities to get 100K, 250K, right? I don't want it. I've never taken a line of credit that big. I don't want it. I don't need it. I don't want it sitting there. I don't want to be tempted. Why? Because my industry, it doesn't never call for that type of money. Right? You know what I'm saying? I don't want it sitting there, So even if you were able to acquire that type of money, you want to get into the box truck space. What would you do with 100 grand? Most people are not saying you would mess that money up, put them in a worse off situation than they are. But when you see those ads, a lot of that just be cap. It just be marketing. Banks ain't even loaning money out like that right now. You know what I'm saying? It's tough to get money now. It's tough to get capital. And if somebody is offering you capital like that, more times than not, it's going to be a hard money loan or a hard money line of credit. And I would probably stay away from it. Hey, Mark, I got 2 fuel cards coming in and they're giving me $3,500 in credit. Also, they report to the credit bureaus. If I got bad personal credit but good business credit, can I get a business loan later? If you got bad personal credit but you got good business credit, well, let me ask you this. You haven't started your business yet, so how do you got good business credit? You said you waiting on your authority to age and you waiting on your taxes so you can get started. So your business credit is 0. It's nothing, which is not good business credit. Even if you had, let's say, good business credit, until you establish relationships with the lenders, you're going to need to personally guarantee pretty much everything you get the first go around. And you need to have somewhat of okay credit, right, to personal credit to guarantee the business. You're co-signing for the business. So you do need to get your personal credit in order. I don't think your business credit is good. I could be wrong, but based off our conversations here, you're saying that, you're just starting your business. You haven't gotten started yet. So you're just establishing your business, which means you're just establishing that business credit, and we know that no credit is bad credit, right? Which means, just reiterating what I'm saying, is you're going to have to personally guarantee everything, which is basically a fancy business way for saying co-sign. You're personally going to co-sign for the business. So my advice to you would be to work on your personal credit, because you're going to have to use your personal credit not use it, because they're only going to have to use it if the business defaults, but they're going to be looking at your personal credit, right, to co-sign for the business. And you need to have some type of okay. Your personal credit needs to be at least okay in order for these creditors to entrust that that your company is going to pay the loan. And if the company defaults, which a lot of companies do default, your credit has to show them that you personally will step up and pay the tab. So I think you should get your personal credit in order. They're giving you $3,500 in credit. Also, they report to the credit bureau. If I get bad personal credit. And then as far as a loan, I think I told you this before too. I would try to get a business line of credit before I get a loan. I don't advise people into getting the loans. Get you a line of credit. That way you got money sitting there if you need it. All right. If you don't need it, don't touch it. When people get loans, this is what they do. They get a loan, and guess what they do? They spend it. All right. And in most cases, it's more damaging than it is good. You know what I'm saying? If you're not looking to expand, if you're not looking to scale, then, people utilize those loans. They misappropriate them for the wrong things, or they are in financial situation with the business and they get a loan to kind of give them a little breathing room. But in more cases than not, they still can't come from under that water, and now they're ultimately on the hook for that loan. I say get a business line of credit because it's built to just sit there, and if you need it, you can draw from it and replace it, and draw from it and replace it, and you only pay interest on the money that you draw down. It provides a little bit more discipline, if you ask me. So that's why I kind of coach towards the business line of credit more so than the loan, because what happens with the loan, if you get approved for it, just hits your account, and when it's in your account, you just spend it when you spend it. Whereas the business line of credit is held in a portal for you, and it doesn't hit your account, but you draw down on it as you need it. So if you get $10,000 line of credit, if I need $1,000 for some tires, let's say, and I'll pay it back next week, I just need a little breathing room because I don't want to interrupt the company's cash flow at the moment. So I'll withdraw $1,000 out the business line of credit. Only that $1,000 is going to hit that account, and I already have a purpose for that $1,000, so it doesn't get you in trouble, if that makes any sense. So I usually coach for business lines of credit more so than loans. So, but I think you need to focus on your personal credit, because you're going to have to do a lot of co-signing initially when you're starting your business. Got to go for the LLC. $2,000 for pilot, $1,500 EFS. Right, get your credit score up and go for the LLC. You're right about sacrifice. I remember when starting and moving and renting trucks, I started buying equipment after a couple of years, and my first truck, a few more years later, no splurge, no loan. Yeah, so same thing with me. I didn't get a loan or nothing. Just built brick by brick. You start in the moving business. The moving business, there's a lot more money than middle mile trucking and final mile trucking. You're dealing with your cash that day on hand. If you're dealing with sizable moves, you're in a sizable market, you're making thousands of dollars a day. So it's easier to buy equipment, and I think that was a big part of my success. I started in moving, so I had a lot of cash on hand when I got into the trucking side of things. But yeah, you're right. I think a lot of people that get into the trucking thing, right, that don't come from a background like moving where it's a cash on hand business, and like you're talking about a lot of cash because you're charging hundreds and hundreds of dollars on the hour. It can be a little bit more difficult to uh, build up a nice little nest egg of cash flow. Um, and I think that's where a lot of people do get into trouble at as well. So yeah, you're right. I started the same way with the moving and renting trucks. Yeah. Well, I told Enterprise I was new venture, but looking to be a long term customer for them. Each enterprise branch runs their business different, literally 20 miles away from each other, but with different rates. Yeah, I just said that. There's no consistency anymore. So, yeah, if you don't have a decent rate, I would say, well, you got a decent rate, right? Aren't you at 700 a week, 16 cent a mile? So if that's you, then you Gucci on your rates. You straight. It's so tempting. People call every day asking me if I want a loan. If you don't need a loan, don't take a loan. It ain't tempting. See, I know people that's done got into trouble with loans. I never got into trouble, but me learning from other people's bad, mistakes, it prevented me, from getting into loan. I don't like owing people. I don't like being in debt. You know what I'm saying? I hate being in debt. I hate paying notes, car notes, truck notes and all that stuff. But I understand it's necessary. But those things are necessary. But loans, like just because a loan is offered to you, if I don't have a direct need for the loan, then no. I've never had a direct need for a loan. I did eventually in business uh, decide that having a business line of credit was something that was smart to do. Just have money sitting off to the side, just in case of emergency or anything. So if something did happen, I wouldn't have to scramble to go source capital. I already had capital, even though it wasn't in my business account. It was sitting in a portal that I can draw down from it, log in, draw down from it, and the next day it would be an account. Nowadays, you can push a button, draw down from it, and for an extra 1%, you can push that money through right away. Um, I just, like I get stuff in the mail too. I get, my bank has different programs, even with on the moving side. With the credit card, a lot of people pay for their moves with credit cards. Credit card companies now, they measure your transactions, and then they'll say, you know what, you qualify for a loan. So based off our credit transactions of swiping people's cards, right, for moves, they'll give me a 3-tier option. We'll loan you 5,000, right? Pay it back, as long as you need to pay it back. So you will sell you, because it's basically what you're doing is you're buying money, right? Okay, so man, we'll sell you 5,000 for 500. We'll sell you 5,000, but you pay us 5,500 back. We'll sell you 10,000, and you pay us 12,000 back. Or we'll sell you 15,000, right? And you pay us 20,000 back. So that's sitting right in my credit card portal right now. All I got to do is pick which one, and by tomorrow morning, that money will be in the account. So if I say 20,000 in the morning, I don't have to run no credit or nothing, right? Because they're using the data that I have. Well, this company is processing X amount of credit card transactions. They've been doing it consistently for this long. We can loan them this money based on and using. We can loan them this money, and the collateral will be their future receivables. So now, okay, let's say I take the 20, right? And let's say I buy 20,000 for 5,000. So they sell me 20,000. I pay them 25,000 back. So now on that same tier basis, they giving me a tier basis for interest. That first tier basis where I said 5,000, they might charge me 5%. That next one where I say 15, by 10%. The 20,000 for 5. So 20,000, borrow 20,000, or let's say buy 20,000 for 5. I pay them 25 back. They charge me 20,000. So now every credit card we swipe, I'm paying them back, right? The company is paying that money back for every credit card transaction. So we owe them 25, right? So every purchase that we process, they taking 20% back. So let's say we do $1,000 transaction. All right. After the credit card fee, because they still gonna charge you the processing, the merchant fee, which is 3%, right? I paid 3.5%, 3% on swipe, 3.5% on manual enter transactions. And then if we borrowed that money, they're gonna charge me 20% too on top of that off the total. So $1,000 transaction, they're gonna take 200 from me. And they're going to do that on every transaction, 20% until that 25,000 is paid back. So you think you got it, I got it coming like that. It's sitting right there. All I got to do is push a button. I don't got to apply for it. They're already offering it to me. I'm approved for it. Only thing I got to do is accept it. Eventually you'll get to that level, right? And you just got to have some type of discipline. You know what I'm saying? Because once you have so many years in business and you make so much money, these institutions will just give you money. You don't even have to apply for it. It's just sitting there for you, and you gotta know not to accept it if you don't need it. I don't need the money. So what am I going to accept it for? So I don't want it in my account. I don't want to look at it. I don't want nobody else's money. I don't want to create another bill for myself that I don't need. I'm not in a plan of scaling. I'm trying to get out. So what do I look like taking this money? You see what I'm saying? So you just have to have some discipline and just not accept it. You know what I mean? If you don't need it. Hey, Mark, so all the gig apps don't require the $1 million insurance coverage? Nah. Shoot. No, not all of them. Shoot, you can do Rolly don't require it. Quite a few of them don't require it. No. You just gotta go through the ones that don't require it. Nope, not all of them. Companies call today to see if I want a loan, but they want weekly payment. Weekly payment. Weekly payment is usually a hard money loan. Daily debit, hard money loan. Anytime anybody is pitching daily and weekly payments, it's hard money and a high risk loan. Stay away from them. That's going to drain all your cash flow. When you got money coming out every day, that's just draining your cash flow. It's just not something you want to do, especially if you're running a business that doesn't see payments every single day. If you're running a business where you're getting settled out once a week or you're getting settled out bi-weekly and you sign a daily debit loan, you're getting capital drained out of you, sucked out of your account every day, and it's just not good for your cash flow. You live right now. Hi, I'm Louis. New sub. I opened January 26, 2023. I have done a few jobs and only one on DAT. Well, welcome to the channel. I'm definitely live right now in the flesh. You opened January 6th, which is about a month and a half ago. Okay. I've done a few jobs and only one on DAT. Well, congratulations. You know what I'm saying? Welcome to the channel and welcome to the industry. And how do you like it so far? Does whatever expire? I got a 16-foot box and made just about $2K thanks to a moving job. Well, yeah, moving is going. I always say moving pays a lot of money. Is what got me started. Just a lot of people don't want to do it because it's very labor intensive. But yeah, congratulations. If you made 2K in a 16-footer, that's a lot. Sounds like you made multiple trips in that 16-footer. Because a 16-footer doesn't usually equate to a 2K job. Sounds like you did a really big job and you had too small of a truck and you had to make multiple stops, which took longer. So that's how you were able to make 2K. But that's good. You know what I'm saying? So, man, keep it up, man. Keep it up, keep it up, keep it up. Thank you, Mark. That makes sense. That's exactly how I was going to use the money. Will a business partner help a new venture stay in business? And it's so with what should be watched out for with partnerships. I've never done a partnership in trucking. I've done partners in other businesses. It never works out, man. For me personally, it don't work out for me. Trucking, low margin business. If you're going to do a partnership, you really need to make and do your numbers. You need to do a cost analysis. You need to do a market analysis. You need to do an overall business plan to see if it's enough margin there for you and a partner to profit. It may not be enough margin there. It depends on what you're trying to do. So you really need to have your costs down. You need to do your due diligence on your business plan, your cost analysis to make sure that whatever it is you're doing, you it's enough margin there for both of you guys to see some type of profit, and a profit that both of you guys agree upon. Because what's going to happen is if you guys get into it together, and this normally happens, is you're going to butt heads, and then one person is going to want out, and then the other person is going to have to buy that partner out. And if the margins are small and your end of the partnership doesn't have the capital to buy that partner out, you're going to have to do what most people do, is go take out a loan to buy that partner out. So, you have to do your due diligence prior to getting a partner. Just make sure it's a business that, is just going to be enough there for both of you guys. I'm not really keen on partners. I'm kind of a strong-minded person. And I'm the type of person that'll bump heads with people because I see things my way. You know what I'm saying? And, if I'm going to fail, I'd rather fail on my own. You know what I'm saying? God bless the child that's got his own. So, that's how I was raised. And I just, this trucking is not one of those business that me personally, you can do what you want to do. And I've been in it a while. I just don't see myself being partnered up with nobody in this. It's just too many different strategies, and just no, not something I would partner with. Now, other business like tech businesses, I partnered up with somebody before in a couple of apps that I invested in. I partnered with someone in a junk removal business, which started off very, very good, and the partner went crazy. You see what I'm saying? Like, so that's my whole thing on partnerships. Certain business they work, I believe certain business they don't work, and then you have to assess who you are as a business person. Are you a person who's very strong-minded? You know what I'm saying? Are you a person that listens to reason? Are you a person that you can compromise? You can meet people halfway. If you're a person that's just very strong-minded and you like to do things your way, and it's your way or the highway, then probably partnering with somebody might not be the best thing. Yeah. What's the best way to get a dedicated route? Man, you got a 16-foot box truck, man. So I'm gonna be 1,000 with you. You probably gonna have to go to Select. You're gonna have to deal with Select, Go Configure. Something like that. They like the only company right now that is still left that really kind of caters to 16-foot box trucks. 16-foot box trucks really have lost their space in the market. In the 2010s, 16-foot box trucks kind of ruled this market. Because people weren't as keen to jump out into the 26-foot box truck space back then if they weren't doing like appliance delivery and big and bulky furniture delivery. 16-foot box truck had a real strong footprint in the market as e-commerce was evolving. But now, logistics companies, as they evolved and they kind of figured it out, they pretty much eliminated 16-foot box trucks and said, you know what, we need all 26-foot box trucks because we need to maximize the earning potential, and the best way to do it would be to operate bigger trucks and to push out more stops versus hiring a bunch of guys with 16-foot box trucks, and we're pushing out less stops and we're dealing with more people. So for a 16-foot box truck, the only option that I see out there for dedicated is Select Express, which recently got acquired by AIT. They got contracts like Dick's Sporting Goods, Container Store. They acquired Go Configure, so there's a lot of fitness equipment assembly, backyard, playground setup, delivery and assembly, patio furniture delivery. Dick's Sporting Goods, Bye Bye Baby, which is a good account, and a plethora of other retail accounts that a 16-foot truck would suffice. So you probably want to sign up with a Select Express. Now I'm gonna keep it 1,000 with you. The pay is leaves something to be desired. So your negotiation skills are gonna have to be very good when you contact this company. All right. This is a different subject. Okay. Yeah, but were you talking to me or were you having a side conversation? I didn't know about this. Does it ever expire? Companies call daily to see if I want a loan, but they want a weekly payment. Man, $700 a week plus mileage is still steep with today's rates. In order to make a little something, you probably have to go OTR, which would rise the mileage per week. Yeah, I think he was paying 700, or he's paying 700 a week, 16 cents a mile. So, man, you know, it's steep to a guy like me who saw rates for a 26-foot box truck at $450 a week, 10 cents a mile, 12 cents a mile, and they gave you 1,000, 1,500 free miles every week. All right, yeah. So 700 a week coming from that, you know, yeah. But I think once you factor in inflation, right, in today's market, $100 a day for a 26-foot box truck, I think that's the best you're gonna get compared to, you know, some of the rates that people have telling me that they've paid or that they're paying. I think $100 a day for a 26-foot box truck is fair. Now, you're right with the rates that you're gonna be running on, yeah. But you know, he's gonna have to work. He's gonna have to work. I don't think he's gonna get much better than that on the rental truck side. He's gonna have to work. And if this is what, you know, the business that he want to get into, man, this is just what it has come to now. So, you know, you gonna have to work. That mile's gonna rise 16 cents a mile. You figure you do 1,000 miles, that's $160. You do 2,000 miles in a week, that's $320. All right, and it goes on and on and on. But you know, I talked to somebody who was paying 39 cents a mile this week. So 16 cents and 39 cents, that's a big ball game. You know, it's a different ball game now. So, so you gotta make what you gotta have to make that 700 work for him. Have you heard of NTP warrant from Penske? No, I haven't. That must be something new. What's that, a warranty they offer? Marlon, let me hold a few bands. I'll pay you back when I touch $1 million in my Sprinter. Man, I'm gonna be honest with you, man. This ain't no hate. It's gonna take you a long time to gross $1 million in one Sprinter. All right, a long time. All right, a very long time. And we talking gross. I ain't talking net. So you make $1 million in one Sprinter, you know, it's gonna be a long time. I don't think I can wait that long, bro. I don't think I can wait that long, brother. And one Sprinter, man, you're talking about a long time, man. My whole chin, by the time you do that, my whole chin gonna be gray. It's already graying right over here, but by the time you do that, the whole thing gonna be gray. All this gonna be gray. You know, the whole chin gonna be gray. Nah, man. I think I did a great job cutting my startup costs, finding your channel and listening to you. I networked and got free parking at a Chinese 3 p.m. like a possible load sometimes in the future office space. Hey man, I'm glad I was able to help you save money, man. Hey man, that made me feel good, man. I can go to bed, man, knowing that one person today I helped. I appreciate that, man. I'm glad you were able to find some type of value in the channel. You parking for free at a Chinese 3PL, a Chinese third party logistics company. Possible load sometimes in the future office space. Hey James, you're a funny guy, man. I'm so worn out this week. If I fall asleep, y'all remember to hit the like button on your way out. Hey Pippi, go ahead and turn it in. You all good? Cause I'm finna probably bail out anyway. Um, it didn't take long at all. The dealership dragged their feet on repairs, given it was a warranty job. Uh, uh, yes, I did. See, I know the business. You made $2,000 in a 16-foot truck, man. To move, you did multiple trips. I told you, I know this business now. So yeah, I made. Yes, I did. LOL. 2 trips, made 1K, and no was a total of my earnings from jobs out my truck. Yeah. So when you're bidding out, there's nothing wrong with making 2 trips, but you want to kind of prevent them. So here's the thing with a 16-foot box truck. If you're gonna do moving, I would limit my moves to up to 2 bedrooms. 16-foot box truck doing 3 bedrooms, anything larger, that's fine if a customer is willing to pay you to do multiple trips, but they do tend to get a little agitated because obviously they want to save money and they prefer if you just bring one big truck and do one trip. So with a 16-foot box truck, I think the best business plan, and this is how I started, to limit yourself up to 2 bedrooms. All right, you can do multiple moves a day, and you have a better rapport with the customer. Um, Now, if you do come across someone who is in dire need of your services and they know you have a 16-foot box truck, and let's say maybe something else fell through for them, and they're initially willing to pay those additional costs because it's going to take you multiple trips, then go for it. But promoting your business, and this is just advice, you don't have to take it, and you got a 16-foot box truck, I would kind of market uh my range would be from a small, a few items up to 2 bedroom um for a 16-foot box truck, because you only want to make one trip. You want to get in and get out, and you want to keep that good solid rapport with the customer. So Mark, how many years of experience do you have in the trucking industry? 2010. So I started the summer of 2010. So you say 13 years. This summer will be 14 summers, 13 years. So, yep, started in 2010, July 10th. July 10th of 2010. Yep. Long time, man. Seemed like it flew by, man. I was just turned 30 years old, and it was a back against the wall situation what led me into the moving industry, and then ultimately, trucking. So yeah, yep, long time ago. The time flew by. Do you need workers' comp for your basic insurance for your authority to go active? No. Budget tried to charge me $5.75 a day and 26 cents a mile for $19.75 a week and 26 cents a mile. So they didn't want me to do anything but local, no more than 300 miles a week. $575 a day? It's a lot of money. I've been stand still for 3 days because too much deadhead on DAT, and it's been hard to get loads. I signed up for you. Should listen. You got a 16-foot box truck. It's gonna be hard for you to get loads. You're not dock high. You don't have a lift gate. It's just gonna be a little bit difficult for you. You know, if I were you, I would check to see what Select has to offer. And I don't know what market you're in, but it sounds like moving is something that you're not open to do. So you're gonna make a lot more money doing moving jobs on a consistent basis than you're going to do to make doing over the road trucking or final mile trucking. I'm just keeping it 1,000 with you. If you can build up a solid customer base, right, and you can do consistent moves 6-7 days a week with a 16-foot box truck, you can do 3 moves a day. You can book studio 1 bedrooms. You can do 3 1-bedroom moves a day. How do I know? Because I did it. You know, we were doing 3 a day when I first got started. You know, so it's possible, and you can make a lot of money, and you can put that money to the side, and then you can go buy your 26-foot box truck, or you can scale and do whatever you want. It's going to be kind of hard for you to book jobs on a load board with a 16-foot box truck based on, you know, the parameters that I described a few seconds ago, with not having a lift gate, not being dock height. I think in order for you to maximize the most out of that truck, and based off what you told me, you're willing to move, you done move, I would probably focus on the moving. Now, you don't gotta listen to me, you can do what you want to do. Then on the flip coin of that, I would also try to supplement that with running for Select. If you can get a nice dedicated account with Select, delivering baby cribs, I would go for that. It's just middle mile is gonna be hard for you. You got people that got 26-foot box trucks right now that are struggling, and you have less capacity of space than they do, and you don't have a lift gate. You know, so you may get, you know, it's just, you know, I'm just being honest with you. I would probably focus on the final mile side of things, or I would stick to the moving. You know, U-Ship sucks. I have nothing good to say about U-Ship. I did one job on U-Ship probably 8 years ago. It was 2014, and it was horrible. It sucks. The rates are bad. The people are bad. The people that book stuff on U-Ship, they worse than people on Craigslist. And I'm keeping it 1,000 with you. You know, no, I don't recommend U-Ship. I don't. Stay away from it. Straight up. Thank you so much for the info. Really, thank you, man. Thank you for tuning in. Daniel, appreciate you. What's the most challenging part as an owner-operator for you? How did you find dedicated drivers? I'm going to be honest with you. I told somebody in a coaching session the other day, I found dedicated drivers early on because it was a different time period. I'm completely honest with my subscribers. What I was able to do in my come up, there's no way in hell I'll be able to do it in today's times. All right. Found dedicated drivers because we're in a different time period. Gig apps didn't exist. You know, people, you know, it was less opportunity, right? So like I would just recruit people that was out the joint, people who no one else would give opportunities to because they were felons, right? These guys were strong, right? So I had that covered. And they were mechanically inclined. So the assembly and the hookups, came second nature as well, right? Generation was different as well too. These guys, when I was getting started in my early 30s, a lot of the guys that worked for me back then were in their late 30s, early 40s. I had a guy, Phil, who was in his 50s. I had another guy, KT, who was in his early 50s. And these guys were strong as an ox, and they come from a different generation, so they were mechanically inclined. It was easy to find people, in the early to mid 2010s. It became hard to hire people in the later 2010s, and when the pandemic came, then you just throw it out the window. It's hard to find anybody nowadays. So I never say it's easy to find drivers, because I know it's not easy. The reason why it was easy for me back then was because it was a different time period. It was easier to find workers. It was less opportunities. It was less opportunities to work for yourself. Gig apps didn't exist. People were against felons. I embraced felons. I love felons. Come work for Mark, because I got work for you. And I found a lane, and I capitalized on it. None of that stuff will work today. So the challenging part that I've been met with in years recent, since the pandemic, was the hiring, right? It's labor intensive. People can do other shit. They don't necessarily have to carry heavy goods. There's other opportunities out there now, even for felons, all right? So that's challenging. But, it's just like I tell people and I coach people on the channel, nothing lasts forever. You don't know what the future holds, you know what I'm saying? So in business, when things are good, you have to appropriate your funds correctly. You have to invest in the other things and create other streams of revenue, because when things do shift, you want to be able to shift as well. By the grace of God, when I was making money hand over fist, when I was running at scale, and I had 30 people working for me and 15 trucks out here running, doing final mile and moving, collectively running two companies at the same time. I was making a lot of money, and I did what I was supposed to do with it. Because I didn't know what the future held. I say this all the time. You would have told me 10 years ago that we would go through an event that would change the landscape of how people looked at employment, I wouldn't have believed you. My mission statement, my whole plan was, the more trucks I buy, the more people I can hire, the more money I make. And as long as I got trucks, I'm always going to have people. I literally was saying this in my head. I said this. Lo and behold, I didn't know what was going to happen in 2020, 2021, 2022. But in 2010, 2011, 2012, 2013, 2014, 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, when the money was coming in, I was taking that money and investing into other things. Right. So now that things have shifted, right, and I'm not running at scale anymore, right, and it's hard to hire people, I'm not sitting around here running around like a chicken with my head cut off, because I still got money coming in, because I did what I was supposed to do. All right. And that's the advice that I get to everybody. It became challenging to hire people, but it wasn't something that I fretted over. I just said, to hell with it. You know what I'm saying? But other than that, I never had any other challenges that, really affected me. I had little, I would call them, just issues with maybe employees, being young and being successful, and then having a lot of people older work for me. It was a lot of jealousy and things like that. Just, stuff like that, man. But, other than that, I think the biggest thing was that pandemic, and just the shift in the landscape of how people looked at work, and just not being able to easily hire and find people like days past. Other than that, no, I really don't have any issues, because I grassrooted everything, and I I scaled everything one truck at a time. You know, I allowed the business to build the business. You know, I always say once I reached in my pocket initially for that first rental truck, I never reached back in my pocket again. You know, that rental truck afforded another rental truck, and then I started buying trucks. All right, I started replacing those rental trucks. Boom. Once I got rid of those 3 rental trucks, I owned 3 trucks. I kept buying trucks. All right, but you know, each truck paid it forward to another truck. I never reached back in my pocket. I let the business scale the business, and I think ultimately that prevented me from getting into financial troubles because I didn't grow. Even though I grew very fast once I went through my takeoff phase in 2014 was my takeoff year. And I bought a lot of trucks that year. The business bought the trucks, right? I never reached back in my pocket. So yeah, the pandemic and hiring, you know, after the pandemic, that was the biggest challenge for me. I know that was a long-winded answer, but wow, talk about a major milestone, the 30 mark for Mark. I guess the 30 mark a major milestone? I thought 50 was. Um, you know, so, you know. Should I be 43? Damn, my birthday is in what, a week and a half? What's the date? The 16th? Yeah, so like a week and a half, I'll be 43. So, you know, yeah. Can I open an LLC in Nevada since they don't pay the income taxes and operate in Cali? I don't know. You know, Cali got their AB5, so I know a lot of people was opening their authority in other states. I don't know how that's operating out there with what's that governor? What's his Newsom or whatever his name is, or Cuomo or whatever his name is. I don't know. You know, California is tricky, but that's something that I heard a lot of guys, owner operators, were going to go get their authority in another state. But you're doing it for income tax purposes. I don't know, bro. Talk to your CPA about that. I can't advise you on that. I don't want to say yeah and then get you into some type of trouble. Talk to a CPA about that. I worked with United for 3 years, so I do love moving. And of course, I like to get a bigger truck, but it's owned by me. Oh, you work for United Van Lines, huh? Oh, well, then moving should come second nature to you. And you ship, comment, haha, yes, sir. Yeah, you ship sucks, man. I wouldn't mess with you ship if I were you. Worst experience ever. You know what I'm saying? Customers sucked. The experience sucked. The way the money was paid out sucked. The bidding process sucked. The cheapskates on there suck. Everything about that whole platform sucks. And guess what? You never seen me do a video about UShip. I'm never going to do a video with something that I know sucks just to put it out as content. UShip is one of the easiest videos I could put out. Never put a video about UShip because it sucks. I'm not going to send nobody off. You see what I'm saying? So, no. UShip sucks. Stay away from it. And you do what you want to do, but I warned you. See, even Tony Nelson, UShip is trash. I got in when they started and it sucks, man. Anybody that knows this industry will tell you UShip sucks. Stay the hell away from it. You know what I'm saying? When you told them you have work for them, did they think you were talking about some other work? No, because see, I had built up a reputation in the neighborhood. A lot of the guys that worked for me early on were from the neighborhood, so they already knew what I was working on. They just didn't know that I was going to continue to build. Once I got to the point where I was running fleet and I had a warehouse and all that shit, then yeah, you know, they knew what it was with me. The word was on the street. You know what I'm saying? They seen it. They seen the warehouse. I got trucks initials on the side of them and stuff. They see that big 7, that white cocaine. At that time, man, you had well, this was after the 745. I had that big white 750, that LI thing floating through the neighborhood. You know what I'm saying? So I'll park that thing right in front of the warehouse. So all them trucks, I'm floating a brand new 7 Series, a brand new truck. I got a fleet of trucks, a warehouse, and I'm 34 years old. No, I knew what I was doing because they seen it. I did my shit right in the neighborhood I grew up in. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of the people that I hired back then were from the neighborhood. So, I didn't go outside the neighborhood. I put it right in the hood. Mark, if I survive the startup, what do you think about saving up for a brand new truck versus renting a second and getting a driver? Hold on. Let me read this again. Mark, if I survive the startup, what do you think about saving up for a brand new truck versus renting a second truck and getting a driver? I want a brand new truck before scaling drivers. I think you thinking about the wrong stuff. I think you thinking it's okay to plan ahead, but I think you should focus on getting into the business and learn the business for yourself. And that's going to take some time. All right. You starting off with a rental truck. It's a lot of parameters that you need to conquer before I think you're going to be in a position to even scale. You have to conquer transitioning out of that rental truck that you're in and replacing that with a truck that you own. I think you need to focus more on that, learning the industry, learning the space, knowing how to maximize and earn, how to, build on your cash flow, how to pay yourself consistently. You're planning on running over the road, building relationships with, brokers, finding a consistent route that pays you the most money, finding some type of pattern. There's a lot of things that I think you should probably focus on right now, other than getting a second truck, and you haven't even started the first one yet. It's okay to have that in mind for a future goal down the line, but you shouldn't get sidetracked by that right now, because like I said, there's a lot of things you still gotta conquer. You gotta get out of that rental truck. Like your goal should be to get into the space, master the learning curve, figure out how to profit, right? Learn the market, right? Learn the ins and outs, right? And then once you go through the learning curve and you start profiting and you're building on top of your cash flow, now you need to start planning on transitioning out of that rental truck. Before I would scale in this business that you're in, right? This middle mile business, to go to a second truck, I would transition out of the rental in that first truck one. So now I got a truck that you own, right? All right. You're saving money. You're paying less money monthly, right, on a truck that you own than what you're paying on a truck that you rent, right? And once you do that, right, and you start to build more onto your cash flow, then maybe I would consider maybe scaling up, getting a second truck, a driver. I don't think it would be smart to do it while you're renting at the current rental rates and the current, cost of, entry into the space. Now, I think you should focus on transitioning out of a rental truck, building up you some cash flow, and then maybe purchasing a second truck after that. That's just my advice. And then as far as saving up for a brand new truck, when you say brand new, do you mean like brand 2023, 2024, or just a new truck? I would definitely save up for a truck. I wouldn't make it brand new. I would try to find a nice used truck for your first truck you're buying. Brand new truck, gonna give you a high finance rate. You're probably gonna be paying about $3,000 a month, and you're gonna be paying just as much as that on insurance for 2023. All right, so I think initially you probably want to start with something, pre-driven. You want a brand new truck before scaling. Drivers love new trucks. I wouldn't buy a new truck. I wouldn't buy a new truck. I wouldn't. I know what a new truck is going to cost you a month, and I think you would do just as fine with a used truck. I know a new truck is something that everybody wants, but initially, man, that overhead that you're going to be spending on new truck financing and on new truck insurance, initially you're going to need all that extra money. You're going to need that. You're going to need those margins. So no, I wouldn't buy a brand spanking new truck. But you do what you want to do, it's your business, it's your life, you know what I'm saying? But if you plan on scaling, let's say you scale, you're at 2, 3, let's say you're at 3 trucks and you're still out there on the road, and then you scale to a 4th truck, I think, now you got enough business, coming in, you got money coming in, other trucks. Okay, if you still want to go out on the road yourself and you want to put yourself in a brand new truck now for truck number 4, then yeah, that's a different ball game. But to go buy a truck brand new and you just getting into the space and the overhead that's going to come along with it, I just don't think it's a good idea. I'm still thinking like that no matter what. I felt my job of 11 years making $70,000 a year, comfy job, but I'm a savage and had to put myself under pressure. That's what's up. You left your job of 11 years. That was at United, right? Tony Andrews, thank you. What's the most time? Oh, yeah, I answered your question. I'll be 33 this year. That's what's up. 33 was a good year for me, man. That was 2013. That's the year I started my trucking company. So I started my moving company in 2010, started the trucking company in 2013. Yeah, it was a good year for me. 33. Yeah. I'll be 43 in a week and a half. So damn, that was 10 years ago. Sounds like me and Lewis are on the same boat. Next week, I'll be shaking and sweating, nervously, financially broke, starving at the DAT board and waiting for a call from a dispatch pilot. Man, you ain't going to be, well, I don't know if you're going to be starving or not, but man, I think everything going to work out for you. 90s blasting in the line of work, LOL. I'm 31 with 10 years of non-CDL commercial driving experience. I can't work for anyone anymore, but now I'm an owner-operator. It seems like I'm still working for someone like insurance rental. Well, you're working to pay them people, so you ain't working for them, but you're working to pay them because guess what? You got to pay them before you pay yourself. So, yeah, but I mean, you got to start from somewhere, man. You just don't have no room for error, man. You gotta do what you gotta do, man, to get to where you gotta get to, man. The ball game, the industry is a little bit different now. It's a little bit more advanced, man. So it's not like how it was when I got in. It's a little bit trickier now. It's not as wild west and free reign as it was, and you have to execute almost immediately when you enter into the space. So you just got to have a solid business plan. You got to sacrifice a lot. Sacrifice is going to be your best friend, man. I'm telling you, sacrifice is going to be your best friend. And I'm talking about sacrificing in many facets, especially since you said you don't have a lot of working capital. So you're going to have to make a lot of sacrifices. So just be prepared and understand what you're about to enter into and just make the most of it. Have fun doing it, I guess, and just make, logical informed decisions on every single thing that you do pertaining to this business, down to where you fill up your tank at. Be ahead. You know what I'm saying? If you're on the road and you're looking at Gas Buddy or whatever, look at how much the diesel is at this travel plaza coming up versus the travel plaza 30 miles up the road. If you got enough gas to make it 30 miles up the road to save 15 cents a gallon, then I would probably do that. So that's just what you're gonna have to do. You don't have the luxury, and these are things you're supposed to do anyway. But if your working capital doesn't provide you a proper cushion, then you're gonna need to be a little bit more diligent on how you appropriate your funds, and just keep that in the back of your mind. All right. So hopefully I answered that question. Is UShip anything like Shipley? Pretty much the same, and they both suck. So UShip sucks, Shipley sucks. Never did anything with Shipley, but when I did look at them, they just look like UShip, same business model, same shit. They suck. I wouldn't mess with them. Goddamn, I respect the hell out of you for that. Gotta pop my collar. 10-4. Well, you talking to me or you talking to somebody else? Does the market increase by March? I don't think so. This year, I think 2023, I think is going to be a year of reset. It's going to be a year of reset. It's going to be a year of correction. The trend right now has no sign of. And to be honest with you guys, I just really think this has become the new norm. I didn't want to be the one to tell y'all, what I'm saying? Because, man, I think people got a lot of hopes, but, man, this just really looks normal to me. And I'm just keeping it at 1,000 with you guys. It just looks normal to me. As far as the rates, until there's, just a change in behavior, as far as like consumer behavior and just the behavior of, buying, from, raw goods to essential goods to even building materials for people that run hot shot and flatbed semi-trucking. I just think, until that demand comes back into the space, until not the space, but until that demand comes back, I just think, this is going to be the norm. I mean, it's pretty not too far off to how things were prior to the pandemic, guys. Like, I know a lot of people weren't in the space prior to the pandemic, but I'm just being completely honest with you. These numbers aren't that far off. So I think people need to get accustomed to what they see, stop complaining, and make the best of what it is, figure something out, and get to it. It's people out here making money still. You got to understand that it's a business. You know what I'm saying? You have to enter it correctly. So if I keep telling people and reiterating like, yo, you're not going to make money if you're paying X amount of dollars for a rental truck, but yet and still you think you're going to be able to find a way, like, yo, if your costs are very exorbitant, right? The industry is not going to change because you decide to rent a truck for $1,500 a week. The industry is the industry, you know what I'm saying? So you have to play in the guidelines of the industry, right? Just like any business. If you're running a restaurant business, what is an average restaurant margin? You think the trucking margins are bad, right? At 2.5 to 6%. Imagine opening a restaurant. All right, you know how much a restaurant's margins are? Like, you want to talk a business? We can talk business. I'm knowledgeable in a lot of different industries. All right, let's talk business. The average restaurant business, you're probably working on a 1 to 2% margin. Cheesecake Factory just had a whole profile on them. You know what their margin is? 1.9%. How does Cheesecake make money off 1.9%, right? How do they make money off 1.9%, right? They sell a lot of damn cheesecake. You see what I'm saying? So they're making money because of volume. All right. You gotta make things work, you know what I'm saying? So, this complaining that a lot of people have been doing, it's people out there that's not complaining that's getting to it. That's making money. You have to take the time and do the proper due diligence to set yourself up so that you can be successful. You can't hope and wish and God's got me and it's all gonna work out, and yeah, all that's fine and dandy, but guess what? If you don't set yourself up to be successful, you're not gonna be successful. If you go out and you create high expenses and you're decreasing your profit margin, 9 times out of 10 you're gonna operate at a loss, and you're gonna lose, and you're gonna come to the internet like everybody else said and say the industry is trash and it's garbage and it's this and it's that. And the reason why you're saying this is not because of the industry, it's because of you. You have to adjust with the industry, right? So if the industry takes a shift, then I gotta enter correctly. If the industry goes through another pandemic and rates get inflated, guess what now? Mark said this ain't normal. These rates ain't normal. So I'm finna work my ass off. I'm finna take advantage of this situation. I'm gonna put enough money to the side because it ain't gonna last. So that's a transition too. Listen, the money is good now. So listen, I gotta make it all. I gotta get it all. It's just transitioning. That's all, But this March, no, I think this year going to be a wash. All right. And I know this is something people have been asking me and wanting to know my thoughts on this year. I think this year is going to be a wash for a lot of people. And I think people that are able to adapt are going to do good. I think it's just about adapting and transitioning to what may now be just the new norm. Until consumer behavior changes and shifts, then I think you got not you guys, but people that are running, market rate, spot market, lane, just have to, figure out how to make these rates work. And the easiest way to do that is by decreasing your overhead. So, y'all talking about brokers, go get a 2016 Hino and put a new box on it. I had an industrial route and a straight box. FedEx 2 years ago with a million warehouses. Hopefully my reputation here in town can give me a profitable lane. You left your job after 33 years at the University of Notre Dame and 8 years at Old Dominion Trucking. What'd you do at Old Dominion? Y'all hit them likes. Name another person on YouTube in this lane. Really, I'll wait. Man, I think everybody know what it is by now. But I appreciate it. You know what I mean? Some people out there. I check some people out, man. I check some people out, man. Some people out there. It's just, I think, I think what people understand now is that, tenure plays a big part on who people consume content from. And I think the pandemic, showed people that, people are going to be a lot mindful. If we go through another pandemic this year, I think people coming to YouTube, you'll have a lot of fly-by-night people creating pages, but I think people will be a little bit more hesitant who they consume content from as far as, information getting into this space, you know what I'm saying? But some people out there that's dropping some jewels. It's everybody kind of has their niche. I come with a lot of economy. I got a business background. All right, it's obvious, right? I got a business background and I got years of experience. It's obvious. You know what I'm saying? Not everybody gonna have these years of experience. Not everybody gonna have a business background. But some other people bring value. You got people that bring value from a hands-on perspective. You know what I'm saying? But what I try to do with my channel, and I know I got the edge on a lot of people, is because of my years of experience, right? And my business background. So I try to approach things a little bit different to give people a little bit more value in this space. Instead of just talking about the same shit, man, that everybody else talk about. You know what I'm saying? So it is what it is, man. I learned about the minority business certificate from you. I'm Cuban, first generation American. Yeah. So so you can apply for that. MBE. I would go ahead and apply for it if I were you and see what comes from it. My boy making $100K a month from the restaurant he just opened. He making $100K a month. The margins are probably still small. Yeah, you can restaurants make a lot of money depending on what restaurant, like what you're serving, but the margins are very, very small in the restaurant industry. That's just that's just common knowledge. The margins are very, very small. One reason the margins are very, very small is you're dealing with food. I could talk about this stuff, but man, this is a box truck channel, man. But real quick, the margins are small because you got food, right? What is food? It has a short shelf life. All right. So, you gotta really, really get that stuff in and push it out. A lot of stuff gets tossed away in the restaurant industry. All right. A lot of stuff gets thrown away. You know what I'm saying? The restaurant industry, restaurant industry for me, it's always something I wanted to do. I always wanted to open like a fast food restaurant, but every time I research it, and I've been researching restaurants for years, that's why I'm a little knowledgeable on like the margins and stuff like that. That's what scares me. Just the margins, a lot of restaurants, a restaurant is a business, and I've talked to restaurant owners, is a business that, man, 1 week it could be here and next week it's gone. Man, Ruth Chris, we don't have a Ruth Chris downtown Chicago no more. Downtown Chicago no longer has a Ruth Chris. And that's unheard of, you know what I'm saying? Because that one Ruth Chris, even though it was a highly populated Ruth Chris, man, a few weeks of them closing killed that whole location. Restaurants are here today, gone tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? A restaurant could have a week turnaround and not survive because they're operating on very, 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 very small margins. Restaurants scare me. I always wanted to open a Harold's Chicken. But the margins they're just scary. They just scare me. So, but man, shout out to your boy, man. He making 100,000. It's a guy here that came up here from Dallas, this Kitchen and Cocktails guy. I heard he checking the bag too. But his margins probably ain't operating on a 1% margin. Why? Because all his prices are sky high and people pay it. So now if you got a superior product, right, and you can charge people sky high prices, right, and people are willing to pay it. People are willing to pay $40 for a frosted Patron bottle drink. It's hell yeah. You know what I'm saying? Because guess what? You recycling that same Patron bottle, and I'm just using this dude restaurant as an example. You recycling that same Patron bottle that once was full of Patron that you bought probably at cost, let's say $40, $42 for a fifth of Patron, right? You get how many shots out of a fifth that you serving at the bar at probably $12 a shot. Then you recycle that bottle, mix a drink, right? Charge the person $40 for that drink in the bottle, frost it, make it look all pretty and shit. Charge the person $40 for that drink. Recycle that bottle, do a mixed drinking again. Yeah, I can see how a person could make money if they got a superior product and a great idea. But most restaurants operate on a very small margin, like 1-2%. Mark, I think you're right about the market is what it is. We just gotta hustle because it'll go up again. I just want to be there when it happens with enough capital. Well, it'll probably get higher than what it is now, but don't ever think it's gonna go up to what it was during the pandemic. You'll never see that again. Unless we have another pandemic or some type of disaster where it drives people into the home and people get stimulus and they're just spending money. The rates that you saw in 2021, earlier part of 2022, latter part of 2020, you'll never see that. Those were not normal rates. You'll never see that type of volume again. All right. You won't see that type of volume. All right. I've never seen that volume as long as I've been into the space. That volume was solely due to stimulus, right? If people didn't have that money, they wouldn't have spent that money. The reason they bought so much and was so much volume because people were given money to do what? Spend money. So they were buying shit that they didn't need. They were just buying stuff because they had extra money to buy stuff. All right. And so don't think you're gonna ever see those rates again. Nah. When we talking about go up, and when I'm saying get used to the rates that you see now, because the pre-pandemic rates weren't too much off of this. I'm talking about like cents, not dollars. I'm talking cents. So, I think people just need to readjust their thinking, right? And just, man, put last year out. Just put that shit out your mind. Get it out of your mind. That shit over with. Not gonna see that ever again, and just get accustomed to figuring out how to make money now with the current rates. How do you get this? How do you get that spot rate money though? Spot market rate? You just go on the load board. And go on the load board. See, you got a 16-footer, so you're gonna have to find partials. So go on the load board, man. Restaurant industry is risky. Not something it's too risky for me. But I know a lot of people, they just restaurateurs, the margins is too small for me to enter into that business. It's like night and day. Like you could be here today and gone tomorrow. Are most of your drivers running OTR, running a lot? I'm a final mile guy. Never had a dispatcher. I've always been final mile. Do I recommend a dispatcher? No. I don't recommend any dispatchers. I'll never sponsor a dispatcher on this channel. I think we did one. No, we never did it on the channel. We did it on one live. Nothing wrong with that person, but there's too many issues with dispatchers that I hear about. So I don't want to, even if someone tried to pay me, I wouldn't do it. Cause I don't, if I don't deal with dispatch, if I haven't had a rapport with a person, I'm not going to sponsor somebody so they can be like, hey man, we went to the dispatcher that we saw you was promoting on your channel. Nah, man, I'm straight. It's too many fly-by-nights. I think dispatch, and then another reason is why is because I believe, that you could just dispatch yourself. Like I'm big on margins. All right. 10% to me, if I'm running, let's say if I'm running and I made $6,000 that week, right? And gross. And the dispatcher is going to find them same loads. Let's say found them same loads for me at $6,000. They charge me 10%, right? That's $600. That's $600. You know what I could do with $600? I could fill up the tank a couple times. You know what I'm saying? I can put myself in a hotel room a couple nights. You know what I'm saying? That's $600 that I could pay myself, right? That's damn near a Louis belt. That's almost a Louis belt. You see what I'm saying? Why I'm gonna go buy somebody else a Louis belt? I could buy myself a Louis belt. I could take that $600 and go buy myself a Louis belt. You know what I'm saying? I'm just being funny right now, but that's how I look at it. That's something that I can do myself, right? And that 10% is enough money that would motivate me to do it myself. It'll be different if I got somebody that's making my life easier for pennies on the dollar, like how you see these companies nowadays that outsource they customer service, right, to other countries. Man, these people is paying them 3 cents a call or some shit like that. That's a difference. You see what I'm saying? But 10%, right? And you doing, let's say, $6,000-$7,000 a week gross. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. No, I'm doing that myself. Well, you just answered my question about dispatchers. 10% is a lot. How do you feel about factoring? I feel like if you run a middle mile, you got to do it because you need the cash flow. I have to use it right now, but if I didn't, do you think it's worth not using? You run a middle mile, you don't have a choice. You need the cash flow. You got to have the cash flow. You need the cash flow in order for you to keep going. You don't have the I doubt if you, well, I know you don't have it because you said you don't have working capital, so you wouldn't have the capacity to operate on a net 30 or a net 45 or net 60, whatever it is, all right, to operate load after load throughout the week on net 30s. Let's say everybody, you run 3 loads that week and they all net 30s. Then you run 3 loads in that week and they all net 15s. All right, so you're running cross country and you still ain't got paid. You need cash flow. All right, so running middle mile, yes, you're going to have to factor. It ain't about what I think about it. It's about you're going to have to do it. You need cash flow. You need cash flow to operate your business. So that's just a necessary evil, so to speak, for that lane that you're looking to run. You're going to have to do it. So yeah. Just go to the website. My website is www.boxtruckcourses.com. Right there on the banner, if you can see it. The bottom, www.boxtruckcourses.com. I'll type it in here too. Yep. What time is it? I've been on for about... Damn, it's midnight? Oh, hell no, I'm out of here. I've been on 4 hours, y'all, just talking and answering questions. Been on since 8 o'clock. I didn't know it was this damn late. Yeah, I'm out of here, y'all. I'm out. How can I schedule one-on-one? Yeah, so go ahead and hit that like button on your way out. It's midnight, man. I got to get out of here, man. I didn't even know it was midnight. I've been on since 8. All right, so I appreciate y'all. Hit that like button on your way out. This was a very good live tonight. It seems like interest is coming back into the box truck space, and it's coming back with a bang. You know, it's been kind of slow these past couple of weeks in the space, but, you know, people are finding value still in my content, and I'm happy that I'm able to provide people value, spend time answering your questions. I'll be back Sunday night. Damn, am I going to come back Sunday night? I'm going to come on during the day. You know, I don't know when I'm coming on Sunday, but I'll be on Sunday sometime between 1 in the afternoon and 8 at night. I don't know what time, but I'm thinking about switching from 8 at night to early in the afternoon on Sundays. But either way, I'll be on Sunday. Appreciate everybody. Hit that like button on the way out. Tony Nelson says, "You the man, bro." Tony Nelson, I appreciate you for hanging in there. You've been in the room, in the chat for a while tonight. So I didn't even realize I've been on here 4 hours. That's how we just kicking it, answering questions, man. So I'm here for y'all, man. You know what I'm saying? I set these 2 days a week to kick it, but now I'm gonna be honest with y'all. My birthday on the 26th, so I might not do a show on the 26th. All right, so I might not be here on the 26th because that's my birthday. I think I'm gonna step out that day. I gotta go to a few day parties, but I'll replace that show either Saturday or Monday. I won't leave y'all hanging. Wow, Mark, that course is affordable. Yeah, man, I'm not ripping people off. And I got free courses on there. I got one course that's what, $24.95, and the only reason I leave that course at $24.95 is to help cover the cost of the maintenance of the site, right? Because the site costs money to operate, right? Cost a few $100s a month, right? But if you look at the 5 stages of growth, I offer that for free, right? That's free course. The how to start a box truck business, or the tutorial race, because it's basically a tutorial, it's not a course. That's $24.95, and that's basically, as I said, to help, maintain the website as far as the cost. My coaching and consultations, those are affordable as well. So, yeah, I'm not here to break anybody's pocket. Ain't no $10,000 this or no $5,000 that. None of that, man. So yeah, it is what it is. Appreciate the Naj Mart. Joe, appreciate you for tuning in. I've seen crazy numbers for a course, man. Here's the thing. I don't know why people charge $9,000 million for a course. All right. It's a very lucrative business if you have the formula, right? I have a $24.95 course, which I'm not putting up there to profit from. It's just put up there to maintain the cost of the site. My other courses are free, as you guys can see if you go to my site, right? If people were smart business people, I understand that, you charge a higher amount, you make more money. You sell 10 courses at $800, you make $8,000. But look at the volume of some of these people who have the popularity, and if they were smart business people, if you lower your cost, there's a bunch of people that you're missing that don't have the 800 or aren't willing to pay the 800. But if you lowered your cost to, let's say, $50 or even $99, how many more people would you increase your sales to? And if you look at it from an aspect of, if you have an influence and you look at it from a volume aspect, you'll sell a lot more courses at a cheaper amount that will far surpass the 10 courses that you sold at $800 to make $8,000. And this is the difference from making $8,000, right? 4 figures to 6 figures. But you can't tell these people that. I'm pretty sure I've sold a lot more $24.95 courses than these guys have sold $800 courses, right? And I put that stuff back out into the site, all right? Put it back out into the site, put it back out into the community. That's just a business tip. I think volume is more important than lump sum money. I think if people took a page out of some of the successful businesses that we see today and focus more on volume, they'll do a lot better. But it is what it is, man. You can't tell people how to do their thing. James, happy birthday. Yeah, it's in like another week and a half. But I appreciate it. Tony Nelson, happy birthday. Appreciate it. All right, y'all, I'm out of here, man. I'll see y'all Sunday, man. I'm out. Peace. Hit the like button on your way out. Peace.